Oh, speakers, I love these stuff. That one? Can you hear me now? Talking to me? Start talking again. They only hear you through the YouTube. Hello? Okay. Okay. So this is I believe it's Katrin's section first, and yeah, there. Okay, so she's late. But you'll make me
co-host, right? So then I can transfer it to the next helper. I think you made Amaris co-host instead.
You're like moving around.
Okay, yeah, I'm co-host now.
Yeah, but
Wait, so sorry. Actually, if I'm co-host, I'm not able to make I can admit someone, yeah.
push, where'd you go? Where's your phone? And you gotta do the other. Yeah, I'm gonna get the other room, so call me on my phone, okay?
Okay, perfect.
The phone is not ringing today.
Turn it off and turn it on.
Why do you keep having me do your?
What?
I didn't get a push.
Did you get the push?
No.
Go to the Duo app and see it there.
Dana, I know. Trust me, I know how to do it.
Well, it's not going to time out.
Hey, Michael,
Hi.
I can hear you.
Okay.
I don't know if this room 5 Zoom is not muted on your side, but
I'm gonna make you the co-host. Who is your volunteer? Let me see.
I've got
This is
got students coming in now.
this is
but
5. Sophia
This is
Lee.
5. Okay, yeah, Sophia's in here.
Sophia, I'm making you the host, not the co-host, okay? And then you can pass it off to somebody else. Sophia, got it?
Wait, sorry, I missed that. Can you say it one more time?
Michael's going to make you the host, Sophia.
Okay, yeah, that sounds
Okay,
great.
and then when afterwards, you can let somebody else in, okay?
Okay, yeah.
Don't end the meeting.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to join my room now. So confusing.
But mute before you go,
Yeah.
because I can hear you talking to Junto.
Wendy, are you okay?
Yeah,
Okay, I kind of want to see like it's showing a picture of me. I don't want that.
you need to turn off your video. There you go.
Can you just try sharing a screen of something so that
Sure. I'm sharing.
erase me?
I'm sharing.
Perfect. Okay,
I'm
well,
sharing Doris Sung's biography.
all right. See you
Got
later.
it? Okay. Which I am transcribing right now so that I can introduce her. How are you guys doing? Becca, are you all
Good.
ready? Good.
Am I the first? I'm the second, right?
You are the second. You're right after Emmanuel.
Is this okay, question. Are we gonna share our screens or are you gonna share yours?
I was going to share the screen, which will be of you moderating on concept board, so that
Oh, okay.
they'll see it. And then I think what I'll do is once we get everybody in and the critics are all in, I will post the concept board link. If they, if they want to go cruise around in there, they can do that.
Is my
But
audio clearer right now than
it
normal?
is.
Okay,
Yeah,
because I'm
yeah.
not using my headphones.
Oh, okay.
I told my husband to stay in his office.
Yeah, I have barking dogs in the background, so I'll probably be muting
Great.
myself. Okay, I'll be back in a bit, you guys. I'm just getting these bios together for our critics.
Hey, Wendy? Wendy?
I think she stepped away for a second.
Wendy, can you hear me? Can anyone here in this room hear me? Room 2.
Yeah, I can hear you.
We can hear you.
Wendy? Wendy, can somebody from room 2 say something, please?
Can you not hear us?
Yeah, I can. I can't hear Wendy.
Yeah, I think she's not. I think she stepped away.
All right, I'll try and call her.
If there's something you want us to tell her when she comes back, we can do that.
No. She just needs to let somebody, she needs to make somebody co-host.
So Sophia, I'm gonna let this big group of people that are in now in, but after they are in, I'm not gonna be able to monitor that anymore. So,
Okay, I think you need to make me a co-host first.
oh, okay. Let's see. I don't think I can do that. I think, shoot. I think the person who's running room 5 has to do that. That's Michael.
It says on the Zoom link that Rebecca is the host, so she might be able to do it.
Rebecca's the host. Oh,
If you
that's kind of weird.
hover over my name and press the 3 dots, I think that's where you should be able to make me a co-host.
Did it work? Are you there? Rebecca, are you there?
I am. Am I
Okay.
the host?
Yeah, can you make Sophia the co-host, please?
Oh, I see. Okay. My co-host.
So
All right,
yeah,
got
looks
it.
like Sophia, you got it?
Yeah, thank you.
Great. Hi there, everyone.
Hi,
Hi,
Hello.
Angela.
how are you?
Hi, Paulette.
Hello.
It's great to see you guys.
Hey, Paulette.
And we've got Kelly's here. Hey, Kelly.
Hey everyone, how are you?
Nice to see you.
Yeah, good to see you as well.
Thanks for joining.
Oh.
We're waiting for one more juror, and then we'll get started.
Great. Hi, Angalil. Hi, Paulette. Hi, Kelly. How are
Hi,
you?
Kelly.
Good to see you.
Where are you?
Chicago.
Duh. Never know
On a
these days.
on a porch.
Paulette's in Rome, so she beat us all.
I wish I could say I was in Rome. I've been tracking her every move, so I knew that.
Living vicariously.
Totally.
Are we in the right place, Wendy? I just want to
So
make sure.
I'm just checking. Paulette is actually not.
Okay.
And
I thought I
can-
was in the wrong place. Hold on a second.
It was nice
But
seeing you.
We're gonna.
Bye.
We will get to see you later, Paulette. It's
Okay,
just a little bit
bye.
later. Okay. Hey, Liz, how are you?
Hi, good. How's it going?
Okay. You know, 120 students, all Zoom,
I know. It's an
all running
amazing
on YouTube Live. So
coordination effort.
it's nice to be among friends with you guys. It's actually comforting for me.
The whole world's watching.
Right.
Don't
Right.
give up.
So we're just waiting.
Oh, is it Wendy?
Uh-oh, there's Wendy's.
Yeah, Wendy froze.
Ingalil, where are you?
I'm in Echo Park in
Okay.
LA.
Yeah.
And Liz, you're in town too, right?
Yeah, I'm over in Montecito Heights now.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Mhm.
Nice to meet you, Liz. I haven't met you before. I'm Kelly.
Hi, Kelly. Nice to meet you. It's fun being here. Yes, I used to teach at Woodbury. I consider Ingalil one of my first mentors.
We go way back.
I think many do.
Yes.
Yeah. No, you two are amazing. Both of you.
Oh, really? Great. Babysitter's arriving. Perfect timing.
Oh, good timing. Hey, John.
Hey, Anglio, how are you?
Good. Nice
Hi,
to see you.
Kelly.
Hey, John, how are you?
Oh, are we getting 2 critics for 1, Kelly?
No, only for about 1.5 more minutes. Although he is a tough critic, so
I have a feeling he would have some pretty good things to say.
he has many words to be spoken on any given subject.
I think we lost, John, we lost Wendy. She was here and then suddenly she wasn't. So our host, so we're hostless.
Okay.
Although I do see that we're live on YouTube. So
Thanks for the heads up.
just letting you know so you don't say anything inappropriate.
Well, the CDC just announced that if you can be indoors if you're vaccinated without a mask. This is huge.
That is big.
With other unvaccinated people.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and my 12-year-old is getting vaccinated this Saturday. We're very, very excited.
Great.
The remaining unvaccinated member of our family.
Hi, Ingalill.
Hi, Olivier. How are you?
Olivier.
In the garden. Hey, John.
How's it going?
Good, and you?
Good.
Hey guys.
You're
Hello.
back, Wendy.
Yeah, thank God. Okay. Hopefully the whole YouTube didn't crash also. Hi, John. Hi,
Hi.
Olivier.
Hi.
So John, you are in the right place. Olivier, I think you,
I'm not. Okay.
let me
I see
see
that.
here. Looking up on this master list here. You are in room 5, but I see you on the schedule for tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's okay. I go, okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, totally. But I don't know where I got it wrong. Sure. Like I just click. That's fine for tomorrow.
Yeah, actually, so you are in the right place.
just not at the
You're just
right
really,
time.
really early.
Okay. See you tomorrow.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, so welcome everyone. So thank you all for coming so much to Senior Project Cal Poly Reviews. We're so excited to have you. This is a stellar jury of critics. I want to introduce all of you to the students who don't already know you. But just to give you a background, quick background, since we lost a little bit of time there. This is the 5th year senior undergraduate capstone studio at Cal Poly ENV architecture. There are 6 sections this year. So it's myself, Sarah Lorenzen, Michael Fox, Emma Price, Katrin Terstegen, and Andre Lucier are teaching all 6 sections. All of our sites are in Los Angeles. Every studio instructor has a slightly different kind of set of issues. But the students were encouraged to choose their own sites out of a set of sites. So our section that you'll see first 3 students from this section, and then you guys will stay here, and Sarah Lorenzen's section will come in for 2 additional students of this afternoon. We are right near these sites are right near the LA River, just north of Vernon, just south of the Arts District. So if you know where the big old Sears building is that's being renovated to become housing and kind of retail, the Boyle Heights side, the west side of the river is that side. and you'll see us. I think actually you guys will only see the site that's directly across the street from the Sears, so the west side of the LA River in Boyle Heights. And the students were encouraged to research the community and look at kind of contextual concerns. They all looked very carefully at the river master plan that's being reviewed right now by the city of LA and is out for review in the community. And so that's what the students will present to you today. With us as critics today, we have Ingelil Walrus-Ritter, who is the chair of the architecture department at Woodbury University, the dean at Woodbury University. Ingelil is an architect and sits on the advisory board of the LA Forum for Architecture and Urban Design. It's great to see you, Ingelil. Thanks for coming. We have Liz Malo, who is a principal and owner at the award-winning Nous Engineering. She's laughing, but it's true. And Liz got to see some of you guys on mid-reviews too, so it's super valuable that she's here and can give more of her insights as she's seen the project develop. Kelly Bear is zooming in live from Chicago. I think our schedule said you are at SciArc, but she is at UIC Chicago. Although she's not a stranger to LA, she's worked in a lot of LA offices and we miss her here, but you know, she's doing great work in the Midwest in Chicago. And John Enright is also the head of an award-winning firm at Griffin Enright Architects and is the vice chair coordinator at SciArc, correct? Oh, you're muted, John.
Technically vice director.
Vice director at SciArc.
Some like to say director of vice, but it depends on.
And also, John, apparently my boss.
What?
How's that work?
I was listed as because
you were at SciArc, right?
Yeah, faculty.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's my better half that's there.
That's right. So Kelly's design partner, Chrissy Ballier, who many of you probably remember. They were one of the very last lectures we had before everything went remote at Cal Poly Pomona. Christy is a faculty at SciArc. All right, so we're going to get started. We've got Emmanuel Casillas Monzon will be our first student. Emmanuel, are you ready?
Yeah. Hello. Just want to make sure. Can you guys hear me?
Could be a little louder.
All right. Let's see. Oh. What if I just hold my hand over this? Does that make it better or?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Okay.
For me, it does. Yeah.
Okay. Then.
What we will do is, Emmanuel, if you want to moderate on concept board, I will share the screen so that we'll be following with you. And what I'm also going to do for our critics and the students that are in the Zoom room is I'm going to put the concept board into the chat if you would like to cruise around at your leisure and you're comfortable with concept board. You guys can do that too. Do the critics have any questions before we start? All right. Let me share my screen, see if you guys can.
Wendy, how much time per student do we have?
We have about 20 minutes per student.
Okay.
And let me see. Sophia, if you could allow me to share screen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I've given you access now.
Thank you. Can everyone see the concept board?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, take us away, Emmanuel.
All right. Well, hello everyone. My name is Emmanuel Casillas. My project is a community center that hopes to serve the adolescent youth within the Boyle Heights community, where these individuals can essentially come together and connect with each other, while also providing resources that may not be available to them within their typical family dynamic. Within the general vicinity, we have residential neighborhoods to the east, and with future development coming along to the LA River, the site kind of presents an opportunity to create something for the overarching community. The massing is derived of two blocks intersecting each other perpendicularly, which starts to become a bit more enhanced once you start to introduce the uniqueness of the site itself. This is more largely due to the fact that the site is kind of sloping downward. So it kind of starts giving the impression that the horizontal mass itself starts to become floating over the landscape, with the vertical mass kind of becoming the solid foundation that connects it to the site itself. The program starts to become organized based off this kind of idea of the heavy versus the light, where the heavy becomes the main circulation spaces, the administration, as well as some program that kind of creates the need of a bit more privacy than others. And the light becomes the main area for community engagement, where these individuals are essentially coming together to create this sort of community. The program is laid out with the main community hall, computer labs, a cafe, makerspace, several classrooms, an event hall, a lobby, a lobby, a gallery, and an outdoor recreational space with the just like adjoining back of house administration that space would be needed. From looking at it from the ground floor, you'd enter through the southeast corner to this lobby space that kind of starts to bleed out to the exterior, thanks to the glass sliding doors that kind of expand the sort of space, as well as a sort of staircase that kind of leads you to the outdoor recreational area that is on at a lower height difference thanks to the said slope. To the right, you kind of start to see the kind of the visual aspect of that sort of connection with each other, thanks to the garage. The ground floor consists of like the main lobby space, the small gallery, and mostly the administration facilities that are required to like the offices and the loading. The second floor consists of the main, the makerspace, as well as the classrooms and the event hall. It's more dependent, the makerspace is more dependent on the users itself, whether it be like they're actually working on some sort of individual art project, working together in sort of groups, or just kind of need a space for themselves. As it starts to get a bit more private as it gets closer to like the large vertical solid mass. And to the right is kind of a collage of the circulation through that solid mass entering to the event hall, kind of getting that sort of understanding of how that looks, as well as a kind of like the breakout to the space. The third floor consists of the main community hall, as well as the cafe and the classrooms. From looking at the collage to the right, I kind of wanted to show the emphasis of the fact that because it's kind of like a community engagement area, I wanted to limit the amount of walls kind of separating it, so it's not sort of feeling so enclosed, ensuring that the exterior facade is a lot more open and exposed and glass. And with the introduction of the facade system and the structure, which I will to in a bit, it starts to come together to kind of create this sort of environment that these individuals can cohabitate within and talk and create this sort of community with each other. Through the sections, I wanted to kind of emphasize that difference in slope that kind of presented within the project itself. At least from looking at the longitudinal section, you kind of see the difference between the ground level here and the outdoor recreational area, and how the fact that this project is given a reason to be placed on here, and it's not just some sort of cookie cutter site that can just be placed anywhere within any other site, essentially. As well as getting an understanding of like these cantilevered floating objects that are kind of running across the project, creating shading devices for the passive travel from the exterior, as well as kind of showcasing the event hall on the right-hand side of the collage. in terms of the materiality, while keeping with this kind of idea of like this open and light and heavy, the materiality is basically based on concrete and steel, where concrete is the vertical element and steel becoming the horizontal, and the introduction of within the space through the section perspective, you start to see that the steel is kind of exposed, all the structures kind of open, and you're able to see it to kind of reinforce that sort of lightness of the space, where everything's kind of exposed and open to the individual, while also introducing the act of the vertical wooden louver systems. I brought this along not only as a sort of a shading strategy for the interior of the building, but also to kind of bring a sense of warmth and color to the project itself. With this kind of the materiality and the texture that wood kind of brings, it kind of begins to change the interior environment while also creating a visual delay from the exterior, kind of hiding what's in plain sight while also still kind of providing the light that the project would need from the inside. From here, I just kind of want to reemphasize the fact that it is a hybrid of concrete and steel, where the vertical mass is structuralized as a concrete, whereas the horizontal is set up in a 30 by 30 structural steel column grid with these open web steel joists connecting the project all together and the vertical wooden elements. From here, I just from these two collages, I just want to give another kind of view of the exterior of the project, showing that sort of delay that's kind of happening from the outside, as well as kind of giving the users kind of the view of the Rio Vista side, which is essentially the east side of the project, getting understanding of the materiality from there, the overhang of the building, and the sort of pathway to the project essentially. And in this last one, give an expanded view of the main community hall in the sense of showing all the connected aspects that come with it, the exposed structure, the vertical louver system, and the kind of light that kind of comes from that system to kind of hopefully create an environment where these individuals can come and use it as they will, however they see fit for the betterment of themselves and the community. That is it.
Thanks, Emmanuel.
I guess I can jump in with a few structural comments and then we can talk about, we're going to address the broader design. I mean, I liked what you're doing with your cantilever and how you're actually utilizing the change in elevation of the site. I know a lot of times when people will try to push for a long cantilever in a project, it's not actually working well with their space. I think, you know, emphasizing the lighting, you're using it as a shading element and a prominent feature that it's pulled together more than just like gratuitous engineering. But one thing to be careful on, and maybe if you can pan to one of your more section renderings, just make sure that the truss that you have accounted for, which is nice, you're assuming there's a big truss there for to achieve that cantilever, it does need to continue through that concrete block. So just make sure you're kind of reflecting that in some of your drawings, that you can kind of integrate it into that space too. It really can't start and stop. And then also you probably, the front of your big event space probably needs a truss as well, because it's a long span there. So you want to probably introduce diagonals and make sure that works with all your renderings in the space there as well in the front. And then so it's just the subtleties. I think you're accounting for the structure and you're incorporating it into your design, which is great. And then just you don't have to stick to a 30 by 30 grid. I think if it works for your space plan to go 20 feet, then 30 feet, then 20 feet, there's flexibility there because it looks like maybe that could help you refine some of your space. So just keep that in mind, that it doesn't have to stick to that rigid grid and you can still be fairly efficient. And it looked like one of your trusses are actually aligning on another cantilever and not quite going down to the ground. So maybe just make sure you're reflecting that the beams on the side, you're maybe in one of your other views, but you probably know what I'm talking about. You might want to show your beams that are supporting that edge truss a little bit heavier or just larger. So it makes sense that you realize that it's a double cantilever and that makes sense for you're accounting for that. But otherwise, you have everything you need pretty much there. So good work.
Thank you.
Emmanuel, I was wondering if maybe you could talk a bit. Well, first of all, I'm glad Liz is here for the structural analysis because I was like, yeah, it looks pretty good. But I guess maybe just to like zoom out and look at the project as a kind of architectural typology of which the project is clearly coming from a cruciform building type, right? The one that gets distributed kind of offset in plan, asymmetrically in plan, and then also in section vertically, which I think is one of the really interesting things about the project in terms of the diagram of the project, and your kind of fidelity to that diagram seems to hold true through the entire project. And I have a couple of comments on that, but can you maybe just talk about the typology, the decision to use the cruciform in this way related to the program that you so clearly walked us through, the community space?
Okay, yeah. So essentially, the sort of crucible kind of came from the initial kind of trying to test fits within the site itself. Once I started to realize that the site is kind of a lot more dramatized in terms of like the slope going downward, I kind of felt like I wanted to introduce something that takes that into advantage, where it's kind of like the change in the heights of the building kind of becomes a lot more dramatized as the further you get along the site. So when I decided, when it came to these kind of test fits, I always kind of thought like the vertical element, because it's going along the path, it kind of starts to create this sort of partie within the building where, you know, the further back you get, because there's going to be a possible kind of building behind the project, it becomes less of a reason to kind of put that out in the open to kind of keep that sort of exposed. So I took this vertical element as a sort of solution to kind of start to place these sort of programs like the back of house and administration to the back of the project to kind of continue with that sort of aspect of you want to show what you want to show in the front and keep these administrative things kind of in an area where they're kind of contained and not trying to like spill out to the main community spaces, to keep as much space open for the users essentially. Is that kind of what you're looking for, or I believe you're muted.
Classic Zoom muted problem. Yeah, I think that answers the question. I mean, I think that one of the reasons I like the direction that you took the project is that you didn't fall into the kind of conventional traps of, let's say, the historic use of the cruciform plan. So I think historically we see the plan as a clear distinction on the exterior massing as two things. And then there's oftentimes much, that distinction starts to break down often on the interior. And I think what you've done is, mainly, I think through the introduction of this kind of dynamic site, is you force the two from a massing standpoint apart, right? So they no longer share the same ground plane. And then secondly, you've you know, from the beginning to the end, you've been clear about their distinction materially and structurally. And I think that's a really kind of interesting way to work on the problem of the cruciform. We're kind of almost against the conventional problems that come along with the cruciform typology. And so I think that that makes a lot of sense. At the same time, I do think that there could be maybe more moments where, and you start to see it in the upper plans, like where that core, I'll just call it the core of the vertical thing, is starting to lend itself more to programs of community space and less as the kind of utilitarian spaces of circulation and things like this, and services. And I think in some of your views, like a lot of your views seem to focus on the larger community spaces, but I would imagine there has to be some moments where you could be in those larger spaces, almost looking through and beyond that core into the opposite side of your cruciform plan. And I think those kinds of moments where the two do get a little bit muddier could be nice to see. I'm imagining that they must, because it's a place where two structural systems are coming together. You're transitioning between two material finishes, both on the inside and the outside. So it seems like there could be some opportunities for that. But in general, I like the approach, and I think the site really became a really great driver for your project. So yeah, really nice project.
So yeah, well, very, very nicely done, Emmanuel. Incredibly thoughtful. I think the plans are very nicely worked out. I keep trying to zoom in, but then I get popped out. So I don't know.
I can hop off the moderation so you can.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
So that, you know, we can navigate ourselves through there. You know, just a few thoughts, because I think, you know, you're using materials in a really rigorous way. And, you know, I'm thinking, for example, about the wood slats. Your perspectives are showing, I would say, a variety of spatial types. I'm thinking now, as we move out of the pandemic and start, you know, appreciating each other's experience again, I think what you do have this in your project, but I wonder if it could be heightened in your presentation. And now I'm thinking about your portfolio, that you have a real variety of spaces that offer a real differentiation in social interaction. This is a youth center, and trying to put yourself in mind, I think there's, you know, some youth probably feel more comfortable alone, you know, maybe together alone. And I think you have that. I think you have some, you know, kind of Carol-like elements where people can sort of work alone, but, you know, in proximity to others. And then you have these larger multi-height spaces for gathering. But I wonder if you could present that as a sort of a menu, that they're, you know, and imagine that you're now presenting this to the community itself, the, you know, and the community of youth, and how you actually provide them with a narrative. And, you know, because I think that you have spaces that allow for, in some way, a sort of theatrical, you know, there's this grand staircase, you have these lovely double height spaces that I imagine the light in there could be nice, but you could also use light as a way of representing and transforming. You know, in the evening, it's going to be a very different experience versus the daytime. What is the experience as you come in? How welcoming is this for people, you know, coming by? As you come in up the staircase, what are the spaces that are encountered? How do you encounter other people? Are there spaces where, you know, small groups of people can gather? And I think telling a story, you know, almost like a visual novel, could really bring alive spaces that I think are there, but I think could even, you know, heighten the experience that you've provided them. And then the last thing I'll say is, you know, you talked about light, and I really appreciated that. And I can imagine there'd be a very beautiful light here, but I also wonder if there's more opportunity. For example, the wood slats, you talked about it giving a warmth, but you know, there could be variation in the slats. There could be skylights, you know, very simply put. There could be, you know, internal skylights, you know, for example, you could have a cutout that opens to the floor below. I'm thinking now of the library in Helsinki that has these incredible vertical, communication spaces between levels. And I think with very simple means, you could add an incredible amount of, again, a sort of social connectors inside of the spaces that would provide, that would, encourage the people using the building to connect in very different ways than they get in the usual places. So anyway, those are just a few thoughts, but again, incredibly thoughtful and well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure we're running out of time, but I'll just say a couple of things real quick. It's refreshing to have such a straightforward presentation. And I think it is, at a kind of almost professional quality, the plans and the sections. I'm a little bit unsure how actually it engages the site. I know there's a slope and how that stair works. And then there's this rendering that I really like of the back, I think, which shows the telephone pole and the palm tree, and then the maybe you could take us there. Is that the back of the building?
This is the east side of the building. So this is more
level.
Yeah. So the east on ground level. Yes.
So that's a street in front. Got it. Okay. I don't know. Like, I guess I'm looking for kind of aesthetic angle to the project too. I mean, it's a pretty, well, it's saying, mid-century modernism isn't dead, and that this type of building, many were built in the last century, and it has some things going for it along those lines, but the ability to lift off the ground, the structure which has been mentioned, the ability to open up to the community, and I think that's what you're trying to do here. One thing that may have been something you could look at is the interior, the section. I was looking for a kind of space that brought one up through the different levels. It seems very like, again, well done in terms of it all works and the egress and all that. But a volume, maybe an interior kind of room that I understand when I arrive into the building, that you could have maybe carved out, or maybe this had to do with maybe the cruciform form that was talked about by Kelly, that interaction somehow produces a kind of interior volume that can kind of bring all the floors together, and we can understand the kind of community room that's circulation, not necessarily a function like a meeting place, etc. But I just really like this image that you're showing. There's something about it, like I'm not too fond of the way you're dealing with landscape, but just like acknowledging the kind of Los Angeles of power poles and palm trees and the kind of buildings. Like, I think like something like that, which may have been something you did quickly, like, okay, I'm going to just put the context in. But it does also show another kind of sensibility, perhaps, about how you see Los Angeles and how you see, the way you deal with materiality and another kind of transparency, which is clear in the rendering. So I have hopes for that kind of way for you to push maybe what is a pretty known language, I would argue, in some ways, but still ripe for, kind of attacking or investigating. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. We have to leave it there. Thanks so much, Emmanuel. Excellent work. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so now we have Rebecca Galeris. Rebecca, are you there?
Hello.
Hey, so I'll keep sharing the screen and you can go ahead and moderate. And whenever you're ready, begin.
Okay, hello everyone. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Rebecca Galeris, and my project is a makerspace for small local design businesses and creatives. It provides the space and equipment for members to focus, get messy, and display their work all in one place. And so it essentially works as this incubator for users who seek to establish and gain exposure in their business. And so the site, like we already talked about with Emmanuel, is located just east of the LA River, on the corner of Olympic Boulevard and Rio Vista. So it's kind of in this unique intersection between the industrially zoned area of Southeast LA and the residential area of Boyle Heights. And so the project embraces this very unlikely zoning overlap by bridging people and heavy machinery together. So this idea of connecting the industrial and residential areas is reflected through a formal carve through this initial mass on the site, acting as an extension of the bridge over the river. And the building then becomes this transitional node as one moves through it or into it. And then based on three main aspects of the program, which are design, build, and display, the building was then divided into three sections with a public centralized courtyard connecting the three programs. And then finally, this secondary envelope of louvers was implemented to cover parts of the mass for wayfinding purposes and also providing shade and allowing adequate airflow. So here in this location plan, you can see how one would enter the site from the sidewalks. And so you can access the building or pass through it over to the other side. And then as aforementioned, the program has three overarching elements, which are the makerspace itself, office spaces, and an art gallery. And so the makerspace studio is located at the ground floor. And then this large undisturbed plan allows for adequate space for production and storage of materials. It also allows easy access to move large machinery, materials, and products that are made in and out of the space. And then on the second floor, that's where the visitors would arrive as they ascend into the courtyard from the street. This is where the open to the public gallery is also located. And this gallery works both as an opportunity for small businesses to display their work, and also for the public to come see and enjoy it. And then across from the gallery, on the other side of the courtyard, we have a cafe that has numerous seating areas for recreational purposes. And then on the top floor, we have the shared offices, where members are provided spaces for the more technical aspects of operating their businesses, as well as an opportunity to network with other like-minded individuals. And so here again in section, you can see the main elements of the program with the large makerspace on the ground floor, which takes up most of the space of the building, and then with more public gallery and recreational elements directly above it. And then we have the offices on the top floor, where one would have the best views into the courtyard and out to the street as well. So the path through the building serves as more than just circulation. It also indicates a sense of arrival and engagement. And so visitors would naturally bypass the makerspace and be led into the very core of the building. And then once you're in the courtyard, you kind of feel separated from the city, and you feel more a part of the activities that are happening in the galleries and in the cafe. And then here again, on the third floor, this is where the offices are, and this like single loaded corridor allows for you to have a view down into the courtyard, which kind of gives the designers an opportunity to see how their work is received by the public, but they're still being kind of separated from the engagements happening on the spaces below. And then in these interior graphics, you can see how one would experience the makerspace. So the large span and division of floor panels kind of define the separate operations, and it allows for kind of a more safe handling of machinery. And the gallery with mostly views into the courtyard kind of draw this connection to the core, making these spaces blend. And so the building is a steel frame construction with sheer walls, and this kind of rigid frame spans across the entire mass, and it kind of establishes overall body. Although, yeah, it's adjusting to the circulation and program in the core through moment frames that kind of transfer the load where needed. And so this grand carve in the core kind of allows for a very open and undisturbed courtyard on the 3rd floor and in the core. And then as far as materials chosen, there is a very clear distinction between the skin and in the outside and the core of the building. And so the skin has this gray fiber panel that makes for like a cold and hard facade, while the cladding in the core walls is yellow tinted plaster, which has this more contrasting warm and smooth essence. And then for the louvers, there are these vertical wood panels that span across the 2 elevations that are facing away from the street. And so it kind of has this inviting character on the street side and a more closed off character on the sides facing inward. And then from the street view, this kind of introverted nature of the building, again, kind of becomes quite evident with this peak into the carved center. Yet one would kind of have to travel through the bridge to actually see what is behind the facade. And so the carved path kind of directly and indirectly connects the industrial area of East LA and the residential vicinity through this small business incubator that bridges the gap between an initial design idea and the realization of a final project. Thank you.
I really like the diagram of your project, Rebecca. You know, the idea of cutting through the site in order to bypass it. You know, it's of course, we know that the precedents are many with this kind of project. The Carpenter Center by Le Corbusier, the Stotts Gallery by James Sterling. I was even thinking of formerly the National Gallery by I.M. Pei, like how to cut diagonally through a space. The power of this kind of diagram for this project type is obvious in that you can engage urbanistically the context, the circulation of the city internally into the building. So it's super important that that be open to the public at all hours. So the building might be closed and someone can walk through, right? So you engage in architecture in that ambiguous state where are we in a building or not in a building? Are we part of a city? Where is the sidewalk? And that to me is why that diagram is one of my favorite diagrams in architecture, because it's inexhaustible. There's many ways you can keep at it. And then the other thing I like about the project is the materiality with a kind of geode where what you cut becomes another material versus what I would call the stable object of the box, right? Of the form, which is fine. And it really becomes a game of how exciting and how dynamic can that cut be, right? What happens there? Where's the mystery? How do I interact? And at that point, then that's where I go to pay in a way to look at the elegance of how you deal with geometry. You just look at National Gallery plans. Now that's a museum, so you could argue it's easier because it's big open spaces. You've got all this programmatic things to do with your smaller offices and to different things. But I really like, and thank you for the way you showed the site to me. Made me understand it better, and you showed more context 3-dimensionally, and that was super strong. So thanks. Nice project.
Yeah, let me add to that. I really appreciate your renderings. They make the project seem extremely appealing, very welcoming. And I agree that the materiality is really beautifully done. you talked about getting messy in the beginning. I appreciated that very much. And I think you sort of stayed true to that inclination in the best possible way. There's a complexity to a very simple gesture. Let me give you one other case study, and I don't mean to make John blush, but the St. Thomas the Apostle School by Griffin Enright is this incredible project. What I've always loved about it is the scale. And I think your project and the sort of shifting scales that it really puts forward in an incredibly wonderful way. On one hand, it's a fairly big project that you've put forward, and yet you give us a very the representation of it is very intimate. In other words, while it is a big-ish building in terms of the amount of program, by bringing us up and then across, cutting through, you're now reducing the scale to a very human one. And I really like that, so there's nothing overly grand about it, and yet it has a very proud and strong presence. And I think it's that kind of shifting of scales that the St. Thomas project, and I think this one also has, that there's a grandness to for example, the dark cut envelope that really puts it in one scale piece. But then when you look at your stairs and how you circulate through the building, you bring it into a place that would be extremely, I think, really a wonderful experience to be in. The other thing I would say, one of the other things I really like about the St. Thomas project is the color. And I appreciate I think you're there in terms of your palette, and it's a very subtle palette, different from the Griffin Enright project, but I really appreciate it. And I think showing that, so having interior elevations cut through that slit, showing more of this variation of how these materials come together, I think could be this really magical drawing, sort of a wraparound of these materials and how they fold on each other and overlap. I think you're there, but that could be this really wonderful elevation drawing of the materials that are unfolded. So that was just another thought. Really beautiful project.
Thank you.
Not to be overly redundant with the previous comments, but I agree. I mean, it's a really tight set of presentation materials, and your verbal presentation was super clear. And I think it's a beautiful project. I think, I really like your setup in the beginning, where you're trying to kind of merge these two at odds zoning types, right? I think it was industrial and residential that you were outlining. And that is a really difficult line to kind of migrate between and over. And so I think the diagram is very clear in the way that you kind of cut the pie diagonally through. And then in that one diagram up above, where you're calling out enclosure and exposure, I think it's on the upper right, in your row of diagrams. When I got to the final views and I was able to understand, the envelope addition part, and I was able to understand how material starts to get deployed in the project, I was sort of surprised, because the exposure side is actually, with the exception of some of the storefront windows, is actually quite solid and enclosed. And interestingly, your enclosure side has a lot of opportunity to appear as if it's enclosed or opaque or solid, but actually, because of the way that you've designed the exterior cladding, could actually be quite porous. And there's a kind of conflict there that I think could be really productive. And it might just be the way in which maybe you label that diagram, or the way that you describe the relationship between the way something might appear from the exterior versus the way you might experience it on the interior. And then the other thing that I wanted to say. If you can go down to, you have that one view with the yellow venting machine. I don't know if it's like a 3D printer or some sort of laser cutting. Yeah. So I think the other thing with the project is when you see the exterior views, it takes on really neither attributes of residential or industrial. And maybe that means you've done it successfully. Like maybe you don't have to kind of bring in those tropes to the project. But at the same time, I think that there might be a productive friction between some of the things that you would actually need for this space mechanically. So things like venting, right? Where you would actually have to penetrate that beautiful exterior, but you could use that as a design moment, right? Where there's a kind of disruption, like just one disruption or two disruptions in that really beautiful, I think it was the east or the west facade. And so I think maybe, yeah, I don't know, just being a little bit more, I never say this, like, but being a little bit more logistical about how a building like this needs to actually, off gas to the outside or vent to the outside. It's not heavy manufacturing or anything like that. But having been to a few of these spaces, oftentimes that's the stuff that is hidden, or vents through the roof. And that is possible, like that would be possible in the project. Like you would just extend your facade up as a parapet wall if you wanted to hide that sort of thing. But I would actually use it as a kind of design motivator so that you could produce maybe a different aesthetic that begins to, suggest this like odd hybrid between residential and industrial. And maybe to that point, like, storefront windows, maybe you could begin to swap those out with something more like the residential scale or something. So that, like the DNA of the project might be a little bit more evident, though clearly a kind of hybrid of these two.
And I guess, just to wrap up everything, I think the building is so elegant in what you are achieving. The structural system is straightforward and not the hero, which is great there are very strong ideas here. So it's just maybe with, kind of piggybacking off of Kelly's comments, if you are starting to look at enclosure versus the the open areas, does it make sense to start looking at different structural systems, or can you start to, okay, well, I've accounted for my walls here. Can that really be mapped with programs? And just kind of using the structure as an additional element that can help define your spaces differently, or that can help play with that, with your facade versus just the building. So that might be something that you could use to help define those areas even a little bit more.
Excellent comments, everyone. We should move on. Congratulations, Becca. Excellent work. Great job presenting.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
So next we will see a project by Emiliano Zavala.
Hello.
Hello.
Could you guys hear me well?
Yes.
Yes.
So you can go ahead and moderate, Emiliano.
Yeah. Okay.
And begin whenever you would like.
Let's see. Rebecca's still moderating.
Oh.
Okay, thank you. Am I moderating?
I still see Becca's project.
Maybe you have to reshare the screen, Wendy.
It looks like we're moving now.
Okay.
Can you
There
guys see that now?
Yep.
Great. Okay. Take us away. Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Emiliano Zavala. My project is a media arts school for the adolescent youth in the community of Boyle Heights. Los Angeles is known to be the city for all things media, especially when it comes to the music and film industry. However, very few people are exposed to the creative underside of what it really means to make a film or even play an instrument. The use of solid and void creates spaces that allow for opportunity for learning, being creative, and congregating. The massing derives from a solid box where it's sliced through the middle, creating an access point to the whole mass itself. Voids were subtracted throughout the solid, both in plan and in section. In section, the voids create a relationship between the sky and ground, whereas the voids in plan create open spaces to the outside. My program breakdown consists of a media library, music and film studios, cafe and kitchen, the lobby space, office space, a theater, and as well as support spaces, creating open areas that can be either used as stages or even sets to film at. This site was specifically chosen based on its proximity to its communal areas, as well as other schools and the closest residential areas near the site. I wanted the site to directly connect to the Boyle Heights community, in which the main access connects. The main access void connects the residential part of and leads students and the public into the building. With this exterior rendering, I wanted to showcase what it's like walking towards this media art school and being able to show the environment where students can come in and congregate and showcasing the materiality within the project. Moving on to the floor plans, this showcases the underground floor plan, which just shows the parking as well as the media library with a computer lab. And then again, showcasing my ground floor plan where it shows the main access to this main access void that leads you to the different program within my building, which would be my lobby space, my vertical tower leading you down towards into the media library, and finally this end destination, as you can see on the right side here with my vignette, where this is an outdoor space where it could be used as a space for different activities, such as a normal typical day, you would see people, students filming, playing music, hanging out, or even studying, as well as projections of different movies and music videos. On the vignette above, this showcases that main entry point that leads you towards the whole building. On the upper floor, you would have your office spaces as well as studio spaces, and that consists of either film studios or music studios, as well as the void spaces that I mentioned earlier in plan that that allows students to congregate in the middle between studios and hang out outside. On the left-hand side, you have the first access point of the theater, where in the fourth floor, you would have in the fourth floor, you would have a different point of excuse me. The third floor, you would have an access point to the main theater and then as you go down the stairs of the theater, you would have a different access point that leads you into the downstairs floor. On the final floor of the building, you would have more studio spaces, as well as an outdoor roof deck that allows for students to congregate. The vignette above here showcases what it would be like for people to walk into this theater, where you could access it on the second floor as well as the third floor. And then another access point where it showcases the circulation of the vertical tower within my project. This section cuts through my whole building, showing the relationship between the learning spaces as well as the outdoor spaces. All spaces, as well as emphasizing the idea of being able to look into the different spaces above, such as if you're walking into the lobby area, you're able to look up and see the different activities between the studio spaces as well as the office spaces, as well as over here, being able to look up into the vertical tower, as well as walking into and towards the media library, as well as the theater. In my elevations, I wanted to show the materiality that I wanted to use within the building, which would be blue fiber cement panels, as well as translucent glass to mitigate the amount of sunlight entering the project. In the wall section, showcasing the use and how these fiber cement panels were to be implemented. Even though on the outside the building would look heavy, in reality, the building's materials would allow it to seem light. In my section perspective, showcasing that the different uses within the west side of my project, the media library, this outdoor end destination that's accessed through the main void, the theater, as well as this outdoor roof deck. My structural diagram showcases how I would be using the structural steel frame with shear walls. And the day in the life rendering, showcasing what it would be like for students to walk through the different spaces, showcasing this lobby cafe space, also showcasing a little bit more of the studios and this outdoor space for students, as well as making the roof deck more lively and having people congregate in the end. And finally, I wanted to represent the project at night to emphasize the building's use, a space that becomes a place of gathering for events where students of Boyle Heights can showcase their creativity and bring the whole community together. Thank you.
Thanks, Emiliano.
So I'll just jump in here. You know, I appreciate very much that you embraced the idea of a media arts school. You know, I think you're using the building as an opportunity, or the architectural design as an opportunity to you know, find a way of self-expression through, and clearly there's things here that seem very, you know, personal to you, for example. And I think that's good, because I think it ends up in a building that has a lot of, you know, authenticity in terms of your own expression and your own interest and your own interpretation of the program. I like the sort of fjords, you know, the cutting up of the block of the building in multiple, you know, there's a lot of slots in here, you know, you're sort of maximizing the surface area of the building, as it were. you know, I think that I think that you thought very much about this idea of the creative expression of the people who inhabit this building, and, you know, trying to create spaces that would be vibrant and, you know, have a lot of different, you know, ways of looking out into the community. But more than that, actually sort of coherence that's internal to itself. So I think that you've created a building that's very thoughtful about the youth that would be participating in the building. The part that I would encourage you to think a little bit more about is, you ended by saying, you know, that this building would bring the community together. And it may be there, but I don't see that quite yet. And, you know, I just wonder how, you know, what parts of the building do you imagine would be welcoming to the community? And are there parts of the building that the community could inhabit or, you know, occupy, for example, if there were local people who aren't necessarily part of the youth community who want to participate, and how, what is their approach and what is their impression of this building externally? And I think both the elevation, you know, that's very singular and particular to the building, but also especially the sort of access on the ground floor, and imagining, are there spaces where, you know, people can literally just wander in off the streets and participate in some way in all of the activity that's going on inside. So my sort of critique has to do with its, you know, what are the strategies that you used in order to communicate with the community beyond the youth community that seemed to be the primary focus of your design?
Emiliano, would you mind turning off the moderation? Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, it's our second dose of the diagonal scheme, kind of party. And I think, you know, in Rebecca's case, the kind of impetus for that had to do with hybridizing these two at odds zoning things. And I think yours is it's not quite explicitly stated why that comes in as a diagram, or maybe it was and I missed it. But I think that there could be ways maybe of circling back on that and maybe framing it differently. So funny enough, I was on Cpp Arc Reviews with John's partner, Margaret's most recent studio, where we looked at, you know, 10 or 12 film schools, film campuses in LA. So, and I think the most successful versions of that project always kind of circled back to some conceptual framework seen through the lens of film itself. And so that ranged from, you know, anything from establishing a kind of like exterior stage sets with which the students could kind of unfold their own programmatic aesthetic and artistic visions. And I think you're starting to get there. Like some of those spaces really seem to set up that kind of open programming that students would actually use and really appreciate. And I think that those are really beautiful moments. We see them in some of the vignettes. But I also think, you know, I'm looking, and the reason I asked you to take the moderation off and then I didn't zoom in as I was planning, I'm looking at like some of the plans where we see the result of the diagonal partie move. And in some ways, I appreciate that the large meta move of the diagonal has an impact, a very important impact on the plan, has an important impact on the section. And then we even see it in smaller grain details, like where you know, you have concrete expansion joints and seams of other materials. And so I think that's really successful. But you also start to introduce, you know, some sorts of problems with the oblique, which is with the acute angle that results in the plan, right? Like spaces that get really tight. And at one end. And I think you could actually, this is where I would circle back around to my, or hopefully I can connect this dot, which is where you could begin to maybe think about things in film like forced perspective, which is a technique that, you know, kind of plays with the illusion of scale, both related to objects and humans. And so I think there's a lot maybe to be mined from the use of this big scale move that you've used and you very nicely used throughout the project. But then I would try to kind of incorporate that into something a bit more specific to the program that you're, you know, spending a lot of time developing here. It's maybe not that too far of a comment, you know, from my first question actually for the first project, which was why the cruciform plan for a community center, right? So. I'm gonna scroll around now.
Yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
So it's so funny, Ingela, I think you mentioned it, like the battle of the Zoom. The concept board Zoom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would suggest to other students that after you're presented, let us give us free reign to hunt and look for our favorite things. I haven't used this interface before, so I actually thought I was messing it up on one presentation, but I guess I wasn't.
Not unless you move something around.
Okay.
I think you're fine.
All right, thanks. Yeah, I wanted to add, you know, there's a diagram you have at the beginning of the presentation. I think you call it solid void. I thought it was really strong, and yeah, maybe you can take us there. But
oh yeah.
And I think I got excited about it because it seemed to atomize the project and kind of break it down volumetrically. I'm not so sure of the diagonal in your scheme. I don't think it survived that clearly, and it's okay. So I kind of find it a little bit confusing, that upper diagram. But the bottom two get to something that I find compelling. And I think it requires you to think of material in a different way when you do get to the surfaces. And I think what I think can happen too with it, obviously within these studios, I mean, pedagogically, there's some demands of structure and building systems and articulate plans, particularly as a requirement. And sometimes that can kind of, you know, that's difficult to, you know, we talk about killing it, right? Like killing the idea. Like when you have to draw it up, it kind of somehow never reaches that purity of the diagram, right? And this is a struggle within architecture. So it has to be worked on, and you kind of have to kind of go at it a few times. So I would argue that the lower left diagram, there's something about the solidity of the blue mass and even in the right, that it's breaking the program down. It's creating small open spaces in a kind of novel way, like a sponge, right? Like taking out 30% of the area, but distributed, not a simple courtyard and not a cut. I think, though, to be critical, when you get to the surfaces, it turns into a planar language. Like we can see edges of planes and we can see walls. And I would have tried to have kept that notion of these forms that are solid, meaning 2 or 3 edges have to be a monolithic material to understand that's being carved.
Yeah.
In a way, you have to work against the tectonic in that way, you know. So you're simultaneously taught that buildings are made out of beams and columns and mullions and all these things, which is absolutely true and absolutely important to like kind of master and understand. And then also with that, though, are tricks of the trade to obfuscate those things and to be in control of them in such a way that you can bring it back to the conceptual, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But you're dealing with a lot of complexity here, particularly in plan and in section, actually. So I admire you trying to tackle that on. There's something about the aesthetic of the blue, which the blue and red was kind of, I didn't quite understand it. Some of the renderings are super dark. But then at the end, when you said, well, it's kind of night view, Yeah, the red sky and things like that. But I think that's interesting. You know, this idea. I think Ingela was talking about. You know, the activities. Also, community centers. You know, they're really lively at night. Actually, you know, because that's when everybody has time off. You know,
Yeah.
week. It's like they're really active, and evening, you know, gatherings, sometimes community meetings go way into the night. But the idea of like understanding the building at night and its vibrance is interesting.
Yeah, I had a little bit of trouble trying to follow how all the buildings were connected together. And maybe I just got dizzy with colors. I don't know. But I think one thing that might be a good idea is, you know, some of these later renderings are pretty clear how the whole building is working. What might help, because then when you showed your structural framing, it does seem to make sense in that diagram. Maybe show it at an angle that matches some of the other views a little bit more, so we can really, you know, I think there's one view where we see your exposed columns below the theater. Might help to really kind of emphasize where that happens on the structure, just to make that diagram more powerful. The only thing, I mean, you are creating a lot of complexity for yourself. There's obviously a lot of surface area that you're dealing with, which also means in the structural system, there's a lot of edges that need to be stabilized.
Yeah.
So I guess keep that in mind, like those the cores you showed as your shear walls, those really aren't helping. You have like pretty separate buildings almost at this point. So you do you do need to start thinking about how you're bringing a lateral system, how you're bringing, you know, the, yes, it's the details. At the same time, I think if you're incorporating it even into your massing, it can also actually help give some clarity to the project on some of these volumes. So that's something to really consider. You even just the structure view you have now, like the cores are all very centralized. So they're not really helping stabilize those outside wings that are going to keep moving. So I would just make sure that when you start carving through your building, it does mean you then need structure to stabilize around that carve. So make sure you keep that in mind.
Thank you.
We do have time for a couple more comments if anyone would like to.
So I can add to, some of what both Kelly and John were saying, and also Liz. I think the skin, John was talking about those that, the diagrams, and that the atomized diagram was a stronger diagram, and, that the diagonal got lost. And I'm just wondering that the skin itself, does it have its own logic? Or can it then reinforce perhaps the sort of the diagram that we all seem to be drawn to, which is this sort of the cut, the multiple, the sponginess. And I wonder how the skin can begin to reinforce that. And in a simple way, the project we just looked at, Rebecca, for example, that there was a way that the skin, can wrap, in a loose way, right? So you could have a loose wrapping skin that where the, slots then shine through, maybe in the evening shot, or it could be, the surfaces, that there's an integrity to each surface because it's already cut up so much, and each surface might then have a different material treatment. That would be another strategy that you could do. And I just wonder if it's at the diagram level, you could play with that a little bit, because I don't think that right now that the skin reinforces one or the other. It kind of has its own logic, and it just makes me wonder that it's an opportunity to reinforce what is probably, you know, your strongest move, which has to do with the division that allows for this very dynamic internal environment.
All right, well, thank you guys so much. We're a little ahead of time, so I want to let you guys speak to these first three before we give you guys a break and Sarah's group comes in. We're all on the same site in this with these three that we've just seen, and just if you have any final thoughts from this first group of the afternoon.
I just discovered that if we click on the lower right, we can disconnect ourselves from the moderating.
You can, yes. I should have told you that.
I was very excited. I could control my own screen.
You're not getting like sucked back in constantly. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's good to know. Yeah, I would maybe a couple questions maybe for you, Wendy. So how many sites were the students, and were they allowed to choose, or were they given sites?
So in our neighborhood, I think we had about 8 or 9 that were vetted. So the faculty vetted the sites for certain FAR, and to make sure that the students could max out the FAR and still be within a range 30,000 to 60,000 square feet to develop a project over 15 weeks that they'd be able to finish. So the sites were actually vetted for square feet and certain adjacencies. Some of the others in this section are Riverside. But out of those 9 sites of the neighborhood, the students were able to choose which one they wanted to work with. So some of them, I think, were the 3 that you guys have seen this afternoon. Were intrigued at the kind of crossroads of this particular site, and some were, for instance, with Emmanuel, with our first project of the afternoon, intrigued with the section, the kind of big grade change at this site. So everyone kind of picked up on something pretty early on last fall in their research semester. And that's when the site was chosen. So they had the site at the beginning of this 15 weeks.
Great. And I mean, pedagogically, do you use thesis as part of NAB requirements, having to do with anything like comprehensive building or building systems or structural systems?
We do, yeah. So their capstone project is a comprehensive studio. They have a 1-unit extra seminar, all taught by the same faculty as their studio instructors. That is a systems integration course. So they took that concurrently this term in the spring with studio.
Yeah, that's the reason I would ask is I think that's a added pressure on a thesis project, and we could argue like with a difference between what a thesis is and a terminal project or a comprehensive one. And now I'm just speaking just as maybe we'll geek out as educators in a way, like the pluses and minuses of that. The pluses are the kind of comprehensive project that challenges the students to have a conceptual argument along with technical demonstration, or know-how. The negative is that it's almost too much, right? Because you can't possibly like demonstrate your entire 5-year education, right, in one project. And then of course we know things give away, with that balance, let's say, between the fully developed technical thing and the fully fleshed out conceptual argument, right, which would say maybe be the pure thesis. So I think that's challenging. I think every school in the country deals with that in different ways. It goes into different phases, either excluding all of that from thesis in order to it to be as open as possible. And then they can, but sometimes that can get so out there. And like speaking of maybe SciArc a little bit, I think in our undergraduate program that Tom Wiscombe has been running the last few years, we've seen that ebb and flow, and we're actually going towards what we would call projects more, or SciArc's version of that. But I think it's an interesting discussion, and I see in at least these 3 projects, the students, taking seriously those requirements as one should. And so if my comments towards maybe the thesis of the project, I have respect and understand, of course, as an architect, and appreciation of the mastery of what I would call the technical. But I can see the let's say it's torn. One can dominate the other at times. I mean, they should be one, of course, symbiotic thing, which we call the piece or the architecture. But it's a big challenge for this kind of final project.
Yeah, I'm extremely impressed with the competence of the projects. I mean, it's very, very consistent, extremely rigorous. And it's a tall order. And as John says, you're asking a lot, comprehensive and sort of a personal, sort of, whether it is a true thesis or not, but it's a personal statement about what you believe architecture can do. Where the projects come alive for me is in the narrative, and I would say that because of the focus on the comprehensivity, that sometimes it remains very abstract. In other words, I think the narrative can be the story that you tell about the people and how the building is occupied, the human element. And as architects, we have to consider, the function. We have to consider the structural, all of the systems. But ultimately, thinking about how people feel in the space, engage the space, occupy the space, whether it's welcoming or not. I mean, those are all, that's the part that I think could be amplified and really sort of, and as you put these projects into your portfolio, that there's a narrative that runs through it. And it's really giving us the story of the building, who occupies it, and how the building itself and its architecture then gestures towards the city. So I'd say those 2 narratives, the internal life of the building, but then also the life of the building in its context, would be really great to have some, written narrative about those two pieces. So, but super, super impressive work.
Yeah, I would agree. I feel like I'm always agreeing with John and Angelo right after they give the praises, but I agree. And I think, I come from a school that neither does a thesis nor a terminal project. We do research studios, which I guess it would be somewhere in between, maybe, or neither. But and so I think, most of my comments were trying to kind of position the projects maybe a little bit more clearly in the conceptual part, because I think that, they're very well worked out. I feel like, if we had a sliding bar of how much energy to put into each moment of the project, from site to program to material to structure, you all, managed to even out, like balance that scale really well. And I think if I had to diagnose maybe why we moved quickly, like why we have extra time to do this, it's that Wendy did a really great job curating these 3 projects, not just, the overlap, the typological overlap, but the partie overlap in the last 2. But I think beyond the fact that they share the same site, I think they shared a lot of the same material energies. The kind of structural systems were different, but they all seem to be about two-part system in some sense, whether that was, well, almost in all cases, programmatically, materially, and structurally. And so I think it made it really seamless to kind of move through these three projects, which is really appreciated as a critic. But yeah, I wish you all well going into the world, this new world. It's great work.
All right, guys. Liz, anything? I don't want to give you a chance to.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's exciting that there were no like major, all right, let's work on the structure a bit. No, but I think that's also because all three projects had a fairly strong vision of what they were trying to accomplish, and none of it was about letting an aggressive structure be the focus. They all seem to have a very strong community connection, or have more concept driven than just large forms floating in the air. But no, I thought it was really nice, and so I think something for all the students to consider. Just remember, when you are carving through your buildings, when you are creating those courtyards, Rebecca, you had too, that it does indicate more structure is needed. So just make sure you're, not to say, I think that creates really great, elegant space, but then make sure you're then, okay, well, what is the structural implication and how can I use that to my advantage? So I would just make sure, all the students continue to remember that when anytime you're not a Home Depot box, you're going to start to trigger some needs structurally. So the exciting thing would be, how can you use that to your advantage? So.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Liz, Kelly, Ingalil, John. An excellent set of critics, and I hope I know it's somehow easier sometimes on Zoom, but I do hope we can do this in person next year. We can have you out from Chicago, Kelly.
Anytime. I had a great time last time I was out there.
Right.
With you all.
Yeah, I know. And you can come back and lecture again. So congratulations to Emiliano, Emmanuel, and Becca. You guys, we've scheduled a break between sessions from 1:45 to 2. So again, you guys have a little bit of padding here before Sarah Lorenzen's group comes in to begin again at 2 o'clock.
Okay.
2 o'clock, same connection then?
Yep. You guys can even just turn off your video and hang out if you'd like. You don't want to try to find the number again, which is always what I would like to do. And then for us, students and me, we're going to be going to 3, I think. Let me just double check that before we scoot. Yeah, and that's where we will actually see Paulette, who was with us for 1 second at the beginning. But thanks so much for all your insights and thoughts, you guys. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Wendy.
Thanks, Wendy.
And good luck to the students.
Yeah. Good luck, you guys. Thanks, Wendy.
Also wanted to mention, thank you for the feedback. Appreciate it.
Awesome.
All right. We'll see you guys around 1:45 in room 3. Not the critics, the students.
Phew. These days are exhausting. I assume everybody's on a little break. We will start back at well, I guess we don't have much of a break. 1:45 to 2 is the explanation of the project. Hello, everybody. Do we have?
Hello.
Hello. Hi, Ivana. Hi, Dahlia.
Hello.
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 Hello. Well, we're here. I don't know. I assume jurors are taking a break. Let's see. Ivana, you're first.
Hello, Sarah.
Hello, Kelly. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Yeah, just I think we're supposed to come back at 4, 2 your time, 4 my time, which is why no one's here.
Oh,
yeah,
that's okay. We actually, yeah, that's good. We were, I guess we should have said a little before too, so I could just. But you guys have all been introduced, right? So
we have. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Although this is a whole new crew, but and students, but
right.
So students, I will just, well, everybody's here. So as they come back, so we're gonna have 4 jurors. So we have Kelly Bear, who's here, who teaches at Arc and who came and gave a lecture recently at Cal Poly. When was that? 2 years ago? It was still in physical presence, right?
I feel like it was one of my last,
there in person.
I think it was one of my last flights that I took, if I'm not mistaken, unless it was longer ago. I can't remember, but it was great. And I'm actually, it's my partner that's at Arc. I'm actually at IU of Illinois at Chicago.
Sorry.
Not your fault. It was in the, I know I was listed in the thing as Arc. We were having a good laugh about that last night, Christy and I. Christy's at Arc, and I'm in Chicago. No problem.
Sorry.
Thanks for having me.
So bad. There's a lot of like, there's like some mess ups in these.
It happens.
Getting like things saying you spelled my Patrick's like you spelled my name wrong. I was like, oh my God, I did that.
It's a logistical craziness. I know.
It's a lot of people. Yeah.
Well, anyways, thank you for having me. I'm here. I'm just going to turn my video off because I have to close some windows and make it slightly quieter in here before you start.
Okay, sounds good. All right, and then we have John Enright, he is at SciArc. And then Inga-Lil Walt-Rose Ritter, who's the Dean of Woodbury. And then Liz Mallow, who you should all know. Oh, look, there's Liz. Hello, Liz. Do y'all know Liz? Liz is a structural engineer and principal at NAUS and has done many projects with many interesting architects. Has come to our reviews. They always pick the hard ones. They're always doing the hard designs.
I know. Yeah.
The kooky ones that have no normal way to design them. Like you have to use empirical testing.
I know we probably couldn't do a simple box anymore, right?
I'm sure you could. So
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Ingalil.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm happy to see you.
Nice to see you too.
How is everything?
Everything is okay.
That's good.
Hanging in there.
That's very good. These things are quite a complicated thing.
That was a very impressive roster of links and critics and
then we're broadcasting to YouTube, so there's a whole other set of things that have to be. So we each have 2 computers running, all of 6 of us, so that we can broadcast on the one computer while we switch around with the other one.
Very impressive.
It's quite an elaborate ordeal. It's all, I love, like Kapali, we're always very scrappy. Like we do everything ourselves. There's like nobody in charge of all these things.
I'm very, very familiar with that concept.
I know. You guys are scrappy too. Some of the other schools are like, oh, ask the person to set this up.
Yes, entire departments just set up for doing that.
Hello, John. Hello, John. All right.
Sarah, how's it going?
It's good. So I pasted my concept board in there, in the chat. You should all have had it, but it's there again. And let me see, we have Kelly and Liz and Ingelo and John. Excellent. And I introduced you very poorly, did a bang up job of it, but but anyway. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. So in the next, you're going to see 2 projects from from my section, which we focused on housing, and we were the site was Skid Row, and most of these projects are dealing with some kind of affordable housing in the way that they, in the way that the students wanted to tackle it. So. And then they had a secondary program that they could select that was related to a particular user that they were looking at, that they identified that related to their housing. And so they have a secondary program. And then they also were asked to kind of think about an institution that would serve as a kind of surrogate client. And well, you saw Wendy, so this is sort of fairly comprehensive studio in that they have to, do all the sort of address zoning and constructability issues and structure and environmental controls, and in addition to producing something that's kind of interesting and it kind of has a point of view. All right, so I'm gonna share my screen, and we're gonna start with Ivana, and then we will go on to Dalia. But hopefully were you all able to get into that concept board? Okay. And Ivana's gonna moderate, and then she'll let it go after she's done with her presentation. Okay, it's all you.
Hello, you can see my screen, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Hello, my name is Ivana Alonso, and my project is the Workers Collective Affordable Housing Project. The project is a live-work housing project which will provide creatives an affordable space to live contently and also work in a collaborative environment. The project is located on 830 East 5th Street in Los Angeles. Many of the surrounding buildings are wholesale distributors or factories. The project is also located near Arts District, which became a place where artists started to call home in the 1970s when other areas such as Venice and Hollywood were too expensive to afford. However, Arts District now is not much more different than those areas, and the prices are rapidly increasing, and it's hard for someone to afford a studio if you're not an established artist. As a small business owner myself, I often struggle to live comfortably in my apartment and also run my businesses because there's not enough space. I run an Etsy jewelry store, an online clothing store, and a photo studio. Running a business from home can often be overwhelming because my living space is often overtaken by all the businesses. So I always have like shipping boxes, inventory, and basically all the materials I need in order to make these orders. Many do not realize that as a small business owner, you have to do A to Z for your business to function properly. You're in charge of creating the order, publishing it, and also fulfilling the order. So these images I have on the left are just images that I have taken the past few weeks, really. It's the left image is of my friend actually selling at the Melrose Trading Post, which is like kind of like a little famous market here in LA. And her little setup of the market, which is like a tent and all these boxes filled with her inventory. Picture of my friend taking a picture to post on Etsy of her candles. And then, for example, there's a picture of me and my roommate / like co-business partner taking picture of our clothes to put on the website. The users of the building are small business owners who are innovative and passionate about creating meaningful products. The users are also different in many ways and on what they specialize in. However, they're also so similar in a lot of ways. They're different than the average person as they do not have a set schedule, and also their living arrangements are not of the typical, as each business requires a flexible environment to work in. The users of the building inspire me to think of how the building itself can also have a similar language through its composition. The users all have their own ideas and expressions, however, they will congregate and work collectively. The building is composed of different objects which are thrown together and rearranged to create a field. The project was an investigation of several fragments are unified to make a whole. However, the identity of each is still respected. In this way, how small business owner works to create an order is similar in how there's many different steps and many different objects that you kind of have to follow along to fulfill the order. The building's overall massing is composed of two forms, which are rotated in scale according to how it will function. The forms seem to be thrown together, however, they work together, which is clear through the plan. The identity of their form and material is still apparent inside the building where the forms cut into each other. And this will be more clear in the plans. So here are some views of this showing like the housing levels as well as the ground floor and a showroom and the lobby. The ground floor. The building's ground level contains a large workspace, a public lobby, a small cafe, and a showroom. While the users of the building may have online stores or physical stores already, they're able to live in the building, work, and also showcase what they have produced. As the surrounded area is mostly composed of factories and warehouses, there are very little to no public spaces. Most of the surrounding areas are built near to the sidewalk, and when there's no building, the empty lots are used as parking lots. By not using the entire boundaries of the site, the public is encouraged into the building where they can visit the public showroom and also visit the cafe. The workspace provides a flexible space for the users to transform. However, there are still private, smaller spaces within the forms that may be used to hold workshops or meetings. These forms thrown together create unexpected moments such as the courtyard, which the users can enjoy to take a break from work. So on this ground level, you can see I have on the left the showroom, a small cafe, a lobby, and then most of the ground level is the workspace, which are held within these large forms, and it's very open and flexible. However, in the much more rectangular shapes, you have smaller rooms which can be used for like more private workshops or meeting rooms. And these are some interior views of the workspace. you can see again these rectangular shapes which kind of hold like the more private spaces. However, the rest of the plan is really flexible and the users can really use it as they need to. And then the courtyard. So these are the levels of my housing levels, which is the second, third, fourth, and fifth floor. The housing units will replicate a similar language to the ground level forms merging into one another, but in a much more domestic scale. Go to the unit plans. The one bedroom is composed of two forms where the private space is enclosed within the square and everything else surrounding it has a much more open experience. The studios are repeated throughout the site, however, they also cut into the one bedroom units. Essentially, this concept can be repeated again and again, and these units can be rotated and stacked when you need more units. As you can see in the studio, the presence of the unit next to it is still apparent in the materiality of the floor and the ceiling. And then as well in the one bedroom where you can clearly see the studio cutting into the shape of the circle. The housing levels are pushed slightly in, allowing the first housing level to have large green spaces. Although each of the housing units have their own private balconies, each level contains a large shared outdoor spaces that encourages the users to continue to collaborate and engage with one another. By enclosing the private space of the one bedroom, the rest of the unit is flexible to be arranged as the user wishes. So if I go back to the one bedroom, what I liked about having actually the circular form is I have the private spaces within the square. However, I also have the kitchen placed in the middle. And by doing this, generally in much more rectangular apartment, you have like your kitchen, the living space, and then a balcony. However, the user here can either put the living space facing the courtyard, further activating the large courtyard space, or towards the balcony. And these are views of the studio, and then a view of the one bedroom, where you can see the circular form of channel glass and then the one bedroom within this form. The ground floor is highly transparent, allowing the public to engage with the users as they are working. Inside the workspace, the forms enclose certain areas to allow a form of organization. However, one feels very connected with the rest of the users as there are no solid walls enclosing the large spaces, and this I'm referring to the ground level. The use of channel glass throughout the project differentiates the circular forms. In the housing level, it provides a sense of privacy, however, it blurs a clear distinction between the outside and the inside, and also encourages users to engage with others and not feel secluded. Thank you.
So I understand the scale of this. How many units are in this project?
There's 34 units.
Got it.
I really like your project. I love this idea of making, this core, if you will, of like the sleeping bathroom and well, those areas. And then like when I was first looking at it, because of my screen, I thought those were all outside spaces in the circles, but they read that way, which is your intent, right? Like the fact that you made, it's really exquisitely drawn, by the way, too. I really like this idea, and it's something you're bringing personally, I guess, to the project, but this idea of collective workspace on the ground floor. And you said, well, even though these are online predominantly, or they have their own areas to display, it would be like an added thing that you could show your wares, right? Down on that ground floor. And in a way, then I guess for you declutters the household. Like you've got your own kind of collective space to box things up and probably storage and things like that. But the idea that that would kind of turn something from which is essentially a digital economy to something physical, like a ground floor workspace that's all people who are selling things predominantly online, I think is really, really interesting. And I just like the form of the project too. It's light. It's not that dense. There's lots of open space. It's really great.
Yeah, I totally agree with John. I mean, I'm kind of mesmerized by the drawings and the clarity with which every single document is like super clear and also just aesthetically really beautiful. So I really commend you on a really nice presentation. And yeah, you know, normally like if a verbal presentation or the kind of conceptual agenda behind a project is too personal, I have a hard time buying into it. But I think in many ways, this is you knowing the issues at hand in this project, like really intimately because you live them, I think has benefited you tremendously. And to the point where the project seems quite marketable. And it's been developed to such an extent, I feel like you could begin to sell this thing, right? Not just sell your wares. I think you could sell this project. And so I think that's a really great place to be at this stage of your academic career and going into your professional one. It is, I think maybe if there was one critique of the project, and it's not so much your project, it's just the pitfall of a really strong plan, is that oftentimes it's hard to translate the strength of that plan into a really strong section and subsequently a really strong elevation. And so when I get to the sections and the elevations, I'm a little sad. And I think it's just because the plan is so incredible. And I don't know, part of me is like, well, it could just be the way in which like right now, when we look at the stacking of these misregistered forms, it seems like maybe there could be moments where they sync up a bit more, so that in the same way that like your ground floor plan is really the one place where things start to congeal together into a larger, more collective mass. And as you move up, things start to get a bit more segmented. It seems like in your section and definitely in these elevations, maybe there could start to be a bit more continuity and surface, right? So that we aren't always reading the module. Because the module seems really heavy here, and I don't know why I can't quite articulate why it works so much better in the plan than it does in the elevation, but that would be one critique. And then I think the other just general comment would be that the project, this is maybe a continuation of John's last comment, but the project seems to work off of a long Los Angeles legacy of commerce, retail, like specifically strip malls, outdoor malls, but re-envisions it through this new form of kind of a much more personalized and smaller scale, yet actually far-reaching mode of production, manufacturing, and like sales and distribution. So I think you really have your finger on the pulse here, and it's a really great project. Congratulations.
Yeah, I have a sneaking suspicion that you have the entrepreneurial chops to actually build this.
Yeah.
So go for it. I think it would be amazing. I was going to critique the project when I first saw the diagram, you know, the squares and the circles, and then the project itself, the squares and the circles. I was going to suggest that, you know, maybe the diagram, it was an oversimplification. But ultimately, I think the spaces are really workable. And so, you know, whether it was just a brilliant diagram or that you stumbled upon, or, you know, very intentional, I think it really, really works. You know, and what works is the sort of enclosed squares, the sort of interstitial shared circular spaces that are, as I can understand them in plan, all you know, some sort of transparent material, whether it's glazing or some sort of, you know, other transparent material. And then these courtyard spaces in between. And I think that is exactly, I think it makes for an incredibly rich experience and very humane living environment that you've created. A couple comments. I absolutely agree with the elevations. I was very, it struck me that there were so many little windows and I didn't really understand why. And I just wonder if you know, maybe have a very different fenestration. So for example, even just in this drawing, you know, why is there that rectangular window in this curved surface? And it makes me think that what would be amazing would be a sort of a screen, you know, that could be opened and closed. You know, it's not a window that's, or some sort of transparent square flat surface, but it is actually a screen that could be closed and open depending on privacy and sun and solar gain and that kind of thing. And then you have a very different attitude towards the perforations in the solid volumes. And I think that could really begin to make sense of the elevation in an incredibly beautiful way. The other thing that, you know, especially when you preface it by talking about your own challenges in your working environment, is that, you know, the need for a lot of storage space. And I think about, for example, Japanese vernacular housing that stores the storage, you know, in the floor. But I think that maybe a third element could be something that, whether it's mobile, movable, or, you know, or built into these solid walls, that there's a real, you know, I see the closet in the bedroom, but where's the storage for the actual workspace? You know, with the packing of all of that, you know, the product that you were talking about earlier. And it could be really fun to add another layer of confetti, as it were, into this plan that would really add to a sort of workability. And that could move outside into courtyard spaces. They could be lockable. You know, it could be something really, really playful and fun, and add color, for example. So those are just a few thoughts. I love this. I love your project, and I think you should build it. So.
Yeah, I might have become a little bit too personally distracted at first. Speaking from someone who used to live in the brewery with a side business previous to my engineering business, the curved walls made me panic a little bit about where is all the storage and where is your workspace. So I understand it's on the ground floor, but that was similar to what Inglo mentioned. Maybe that just gives you programming another layer of, I think some of that could be good to add in. But what I'm really here to comment on is I think this works beautifully as more of I read it as a single story. I don't quite see it as like a podium project, or how it reads in elevation then indicates that you have they don't look like they're stacked, or I can't tell if they're stacked in plan. But it seems like because of your interior courtyards that it's a really heavy slab building, but then you have some small light elements in between the slabs. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so then I think what might be pretty helpful or pretty good, necessary to show them is what structure is holding up those slabs and how that works with your courtyards and all these different spaces. Because that's the part that I didn't read or understand. And I think as you start to get out of the plan and look at the elevations and sections, that might help clarify what's happening. You do have columns, right? Supporting your slabs? Or they're just, I saw in one of the diagrams it said light frame walls, so I didn't know.
So on the ground level you do, however, the rest of the building, it's light gauge steel framing throughout all the housing levels.
Okay, right, so that doesn't really support slabs. So then you want to then think about where do you have, is it a forest of concrete columns in here integrated that helps support the slabs? And so it sounded like these pods are supposed to be a little bit flexible. So then do you have a column system, which also then makes it a little tricky on, when you're starting to pull out from your floor plate and have these more organic edges, you're going to need more structure to support it as well. So I think it's something a little bit critical to integrate and to make sure it still works. And you kept indicating about the flexibility here. That's so important. Make sure then you have a system that still allows for that flexibility.
So Ivana, to develop this, you need to hire Liz as your structural engineer. And I just wonder if the solid volumes, if those could be structural, right? That there's, whether it's the four corners or that they themselves could be load bearing with heavier columns, and then transfer beams where you need them.
Right, I think so. Then it just becomes a slightly different argument. I don't think everything needs to be flexible. So I think your pods maybe do just stay there, and then within them there's flexibility. But you looking at those volumes and embedding structure in there, like Angela was mentioning.
Yeah, I think I agree with those comments. I mean, those are opportunities, I think, to maybe rethink even, the tectonics of the boxes, maybe they could be kind of prefabricated, and then there's a columnar structure that holds all the platforms. And then that, because it appears like you're not extruding them in section, right? That they shift from floor to floor, which would be my instinct as well. But of course, then you're not going to have continuity. So it might presuppose a kind of simple grid or columnar grid that just slides through, and then these things are totally allowed to shift and fly around, because there's plumbing and things like that one could argue need to be aligned. But that might also then relate to the previous comments about the section and the elevation as being so striated across that you could start to play with that. I also like this kind of aesthetic in your renderings. That's the kind of looseness that I like the pink refrigerator and the use of materiality. I like that. I mean, it's totally not my aesthetic, but it gives it, there's a blue one too. Yeah.
And the terrazzo.
The terrazzo. Yeah. I mean, some of them are starting to really be like a narrative. Like I can see, is that Venus or something in there? There's food on the table. I just love that stuff. It's, those are the tools that we use to explore possible uses of your architecture, right? That we know that apartment buildings get all sorts of stuff in them, and furniture, and barbecues on the balcony, and bikes, and all this stuff. And I think you're exploring that in a kind of neutrality. It almost looks like watercolor. That the building is just kind of very subtle in the background, and it's foregrounding the objects that one has, or the equipment, in this case, landscape. There's something to that I like.
It was a good ending to that. Well, all good. Thank you so much for your comments. And okay, very good. So now we have just one more, and then we'll let you go have your lunch or whatever. So Dahlia, and you're welcome to look around the rest of the board as we're setting up. Let's see, where are we? But I will join your moderation. You're already moderating.
Yeah. Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Dahlia, and the title of this project is Utopias, Herotopias, Gardens, and Film. It's a film school and dorms for Cal State LA. The project proposes an urban utopian environment forming a decentralized ideal society within a shared communal complex. This idealized community caters to the creative artists that are interested in promoting social change through documentary film and media studies. Utopia is a community or society with perfect qualities and is seen as desirable but has no real site. In architecture, utopia was often depicted as an ideal city, restructured to solve urban and social crises. These cities are visions of an environment in which man will live in peace and harmony with each other and with nature. Heterotopia is different to utopia, that it is a real place that creates order by juxtaposing and combining spaces through 6 principles as defined by Michel Foucault in mid-1900s. 2 of Foucault's principles are used in this project. Principle 3, creating a microcosm of the world made up of different types of spaces, and Principle 6, creating a space that is other. In other words, can be defined as worlds within worlds. The ideal community proposed for this project is a city-like environment where students live in the affordable student housing and have space to work and study. These programs are connected through a variety of idealized gardens and spaces. The ideal gardens are taken from the urban utopian garden city plan that was introduced by Ebenezer Howard in the early 1900s, where he aimed to build a new city on land which would remain the property of the community as a whole. He limited the population size and surrounded them with green belts. I demonstrate different types of ideal worlds that range from the Renaissance period to the late 1900s. The garden city mentioned by Ebenezer Howard is on the bottom left and served as an inspiration in the urban planning. Creating a hybrid between these plans, as shown on the right, emphasizes the concept of the ideal utopian city that I plan to transcribe onto my plan to further emphasize the concept of an ideal utopian city. And the new ideal plan that I created gets scaled, shifted, and centered into the main central stairs of my plan, where it is the only point that the 2 overlap. This creates the possibility of existing between reality and an idea. The ideal city planning pattern is seen on the site plan, where from above you see the pattern displayed and can be read as one single plan, even though there are several levels present. Each floor displays a layer of city planning and inverted to separate the reading from inside to outside. Showing the pattern on the roof and knockdown allows for the feel of the breaking up of the pattern by levels, where on the podium you get a sneak peek of the layout. Going into the program itself, where I will be partnering with Cal State LA, located in El Sereno, where in the film industry is known to be one of the best places of study in the field. Cal State LA promotes community impact through short documentaries where students partner and collab with sources in the arts industry to create films that communicate to the community how local organizations use the arts to create social impact and change. On the map here, you can see where the first site is located in El Sereno, the second in downtown, and the third proposed in Skid Row, where these students will be motivated to adapt change to the area through their films. The 2 main cross streets are 3rd and Central. Secondary is Crocker, and finally you have a back alley that allows for the building to be accessed through all 4 sides. The zoning is M2D2, allowing the building to project upwards 85 feet with a 33 feet bonus. The program, as mentioned, is a film school that occupies the first 2 levels, and the levels on top are the housing. The process of the building development started with a mat and tile configuration that then gets connected to create a courtyard space in the center. The egress stairs play an important role in the design and planning since they are exposed and encourage the students to occupy and connect the 2 programs. The building is a Type 5 construction with concrete steel at podium and wood construction above. The outer room of the housing allows the curved light gauge. The outer rim of the housing is curved light gauge steel, allowing for the curves at the ends to emerge. The curve defines the housing as a separate component and juxtaposes the forms, but only by appearance. The tone of the views are portrayed as surrealist, since it is a utopian project that is depicted as a fantasy or of other worlds. The microcosm of the plans create a mood of miniaturization, where in the views you get peeks at larger scale entourage existing in this world. The view is taken from a Crocker Street, where you get a peek at the building from the south side looking into the courtyard area. The plan demonstrates the ideal city layout mentioned previously, where you can see the inverse of the pattern from inside to out. The main entrance is on the north side with 2 housing entrances, one on the left and one on the right. The juxtaposing of the spaces allows for the central gardens to emerge, and it encloses the main central stairs that serve as egress. The planning allows for parameter circulation to occur, where on the right we have the multi-purpose rooms, 2 sound stages that merge into one, and a cafe with additional outdoor garden space. On the left are office and administration with a screening room and pre-screening room, allowing for the public to experience the outdoor garden before entering to see a film. Service can be accessed through the alley with stairs and automated parking on Crocker Street. The walls that enclose the film program have a pattern that further pushes a world within world concept. On one end, it allows for the inside to be out by folding in and out the walls. On another, it allows for these pocket-like spaces to form, where from the exterior, you are allowed to occupy and sit on, and on the inside, the inverse pockets are sitting and storing areas. Continuing the film program on the mezzanine level, you have the classrooms and studios for students to occupy and a bridge that connects both ends. This image shows the main central stairs bridging that appears on mezzanine and podium level. The soundstage, as mentioned, is shown here as double height, where the 2 soundstage rooms can convert into one, allowing for a larger production to occur. The podium level is the most communal area since it is filled with garden spaces and connects the 2 programs to create one. There are outdoor screening rooms with a snack bar and plenty of communal space. The housing plan pushes the idea of the parameter circulation by centering the units and allowing the public to circulate throughout the floors. There are 7 units shown here with 3 dorms in each, for a total of 24 units and 64 dorms in the housing complex. The podium with an outdoor screening area is seen here, where this type of space allows for students to be interactive with each other in various instances. There are 3 different types of units. The first one has the main entrance to be on the hallway and extends into the living and kitchen area. The next 2 are the same, to where they enter into the living area and have 3 units on each end sharing a bathroom, except one has an open to below space that allows for greater lighting and additional greenery. The parameter circulation, as mentioned, occurs throughout this unit, so it allows for each dorm to have access to the exterior through the bedrooms and vice versa. The section cuts through screening rooms on both ends to show the relation of the grand stairs to the building. I wanted to portray the building to seem heavy and monolithic at the podium and light and airy above. Therefore, these sections depict the housing as almost floating above with communal area in between, but connected through the stairs to create a singular city-like environment. The orientation of the building allows for maximum daylight into the courtyard and garden spaces, and the east to south sunlight can be blocked through operable panels in the housing area. These panels serve as well for privacy purposes, since it is on a corner site where views from the main street occur. The monolithic aspect of the project as seen in section in reality is not so heavy as described. These walls get folded in and out to fake the idea of being heavy, and the program above remains light with several enclosures. The materiality consists of concrete with smooth stucco. The parameter circulation above is for the students to walk out and in a way personalize the area as your own balcony, where they are easily able to interact with each other but have privacy as well. These operable facades allow for light and ventilation to occur as well as block out heat. They are displayed as porous metal panels. This is further shown in the elevations, where you can see the monolithic facade and light airy program above. The mesh facade on the right is a fence that encloses the garden and provides privacy, and as well allows for social imagery to be displayed. The mesh facade allows for students to interact and pushes them to look out into the surroundings, inspiring them in the film industry to strive for change. This microcosm of the 16th century world, transcribed into a daily life routine, encompasses the idea of creating a city-like environment connecting the communal complex through idealized gardens and shared spaces. Thank you.
So it's funny, Dahlia, this is our second film-centric project. We saw one in the first half. And so I won't repeat, although I guess the students are new. So I guess I could repeat some of the things I said, but maybe just to like summarize, one of the things I was calling for in that project as a critique was having some reference to film. And as maybe a starting point, or maybe kind of finding its way into the project. And I brought up forced perspective, which is something that plays with scale, like the illusion of scale. And so it's really funny to see all of your, or a lot of your representation merging two very different scales. So you aren't directly talking about that as a film technique, but it comes across that way. And I think maybe to John's point of the last project and the aesthetics of that project, what that does for you is it projects this kind of surreal aesthetic to the representation, which I think is very fitting for your setup of the project of kind of positing it within Foucault's world within worlds. And to that point, and maybe just to circle back to the beginning of your presentation, I feel like it's the first project that we've seen today that really establishes a research thread that then translates into a project. And so I think, in the first project, it was really beautifully presented because there was such a deep and kind of personal understanding of the issue. But here, I think you give us a historic context from which we can understand where your project is born. And I feel like this is a way of also projecting in a final comment in a way, but which is maybe fine because you're the last student. But I think it's maybe something that was missing in the first half, and also difficult to ask for given all of the other things that your feet are held to the fire for in terms of a comprehensive architectural proposal. And so I'd really commend you on taking on that work, positioning the project through a historic lens, and then also coming away with a project that's quite novel and obviously your own. It's not derivative in any sense. Though we obviously, can think of many references for the kind of heavy plinth, light framing top and things like this, but there's a high degree of specificity and individuality, I think, in this project. So I would really applaud you for that.
Thank you.
I had some more comments, but I'm gonna collect my thoughts while the leaf blower guy walks by and let some others step in.
Leaf blower in Chicago?
I mean, it's like the season. It's just crazy. And I sit on this porch, so it's.
I love that.
I have to deal with them, unfortunately.
So, yeah, the reference, when I was looking at some of your, especially that large scale section that I appreciate, I was thinking of the work of Lacaton and Vassal. And why it made me think of that is because it's a lot of architecture with very little, it's a big punch for little effort. And I think you've done that very, very well. And I think that works extremely well for this, how you set up the program, the client. And so I appreciated that very much. As Kelly said, I think that you set yourself a thesis, and I deeply appreciate that because it's a whole other layer of agenda that develops its way through the project in a very convincing way. And yet it's still very much a work of architecture that's buildable and articulated very, very beautifully. Where the project comes alive for me is in your perspectives. And I really like the surrealism. And I wonder where in the architecture you might find ways of bringing that kind of surrealism in. And it makes me wonder about designers like Barbara Stoffager-Solomon or Deborah Sussman, who are able to bring in these sort of oversized scale in the graphics. And again, it's sort of, maximal effect for minimum effort. And I encourage you to look at their work, and you're starting to do that, I think, with your roof plan. It's a sort of superimposed plan that operates at a radically different scale. But, you know, the parterre, sort of French, it almost, you know, seems like a, you know, taken out of the, you know, a garden in the scale that you're working at. But I wonder if there can be more of that throughout the project, to make it come alive. In other words, to sort of borrow from some of the imagery you're using of these really wonderful, surreal superimpositions of, you know, giant hands reaching in, but also, you know, the polka dots. And I think that thinking, you know, one other pass or one other layer that you might be able to introduce into this that could be part of the sort of super graphics world, that could really elevate this to a fantastic level and still work within your intentions, and also clearly your desire there's a modesty to this project that I deeply appreciate. So anyway, those are just some of my comments, but yeah, it's a very, very, very appealing project. So nicely done.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's I mean, it was a very dense presentation, and there's a lot to kind of unpack in the project. I think I too am kind of really enamored with these renders that you have, and there's something about the scaling up that is really. But I'm trying to figure out if it's a mode of kind of architectural representation and a graphic then, or is it really something in the building? And I guess I would vote for both. Sometimes it shows up as a kind of mural. I think there was in one rendering. Obviously, the stuff in the sky is about the drawing. The Death Star, which I love, which is kind of that was actually miniaturized. I think it's like a small Death Star. But the hands, and you know, I think in one a leg. I don't know who said it, but there's a certain thing with when you blow something up or enlarge it rather. It doesn't matter what it is. It's somehow terrifying, right? But if you miniaturize anything, they become kind of cute, you know. So it doesn't matter what it is. Like a wolf gets cute, you know, but then a baby gets terrifying, you know, like when it's like super large. And I think Kelly and probably Ingrid said it better, having to do with film and technique. But yeah, I want it to infect your work more, you know. I want it to really affect the other stuff, and I think it does with the, you know, the use of these kind of classical plans and using them as textures, like in that plan. I think it could go further. I'd say, as my colleague Hernan Diaz Alonso says, more cowbell, you know, in reference to that SNL skit, like more of what you are, you know. And so I encourage you to really follow that path. And I agree with Kelly, and that was a super strong set of research that you did, that you you know, I really think like a thesis project should really be a mini lecture, you know, and you gave us one in the best possible way, which is a setup for your interests and what the project is. And yeah, I mean, we only saw a few projects today, so but that obviously there's a reason at the end here. So really great job.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think what everyone is mentioning a little bit, you know, there's a lot to unpack here, and how does it maybe, you know, because when you get to the end building, I can look at that and be like, oh yeah, that could easily be built tomorrow in downtown. That looks like kind of looks like a downtown building already. And so how does that, with some of the podium type, you know, type 5 over podium structures going in, how does your creativity and all your research infuse a little bit more into it. But I think, you know, in terms of the structural system and what I'm really focused on is it looks very reasonable, you know. So I think I was looking for, I was like I'm an engineer, I was looking for literal, how does the master plan overlay with your layout, and got distracted for a while trying to do that. But I think the structural system seems fine. In plan, there's a few things I'm confused on, but it's not you're not in a structural seminar right now. But I think it looks fine as a project. But I think maybe what the other reviewers are starting to indicate in how do your ideas start to maybe morph the architecture a little bit more. Because your structure can be creative and accommodate it too. Just FYI.
I think we're good then. Nice job, Dahlia.
Thank you. Thank you guys for your comments, your feedback.
Yeah, it's there. And she never mentioned it, but there is one of the plans that she used is the Death Star.
Oh yeah.
It's in there. Anyway. All right, very good. Well, thank you all so much. And if you want to, if you're curious, you can look around at all the various housing projects we did, and hope to have you back soon.
Thank you, and good luck. Good luck to all the students.
Thank you.
Yeah, good luck, everyone.
Yeah, Sarah, I just want to say I creeped a bit in the break. I came back from the break early and creeped on your board, and everyone on that board is in your section, right? You have all those students.
Yeah. So we did housing. These are all, the boards are organized by section.
You have a really tremendous batting average. I just looking across the board, like there is so much, obviously we didn't see the presentations in those projects, but like just visually an incredibly captivating set of students. So I would really commend you on making it through with that many students, and B, the kind of quality of work. I wish I could spend the rest of the evening, the Chicago evening, hearing about these projects. They're really, really beautifully done. So congratulations to you and congratulations to the students. I just wanted to kind of speak to the overall concept board. It's really great.
Thank you. Yeah, they did. We had fun doing. I like to include a lot of narrative drawings. So there's a discussion on narrative and drawings and techniques.
Yeah, I think Ingelo had quite a few kind of closing comments about narrative in the first half. And I think a lot of these are definitely hitting the right chord in that sense.
I agree. I love the visuals as I look across the board. I think there's so much rich language and also so much individual expression, but all within, so rigorously expressed. So kudos to all of you. It's very, very impressive work. I'm sorry, that's my dog.
It's okay. Thank you. Yeah, I like this one. I also had them draw the people in their projects. That was a lot of them have a lot of personality. Makes the projects more interesting.
Yeah, it really brings the projects alive. So to the students, continue doing that. It just gives us all suggestions of how the places are occupied and what the spaces not just can be used from, but what they feel like, atmospherically. And I think that's so invaluable as you move out into the world and put together your portfolios. So keep doing that.
Mhm. Yeah, I think one of the impressive things about the whole 18, however many students you have, is that each of the projects is, in a sense, an individual project. Obviously, they share the housing umbrella, or net, but they hold together really well as a set, and I think that's something to commend you on, Sarah, for sure. That's a really difficult thing to do. So while each of the students has kind of carved out their own representational and aesthetic territory, they seem to all be in dialogue with one another. So good job herding the cats.
Herding the 19 cats.
Oh my gosh. I mean, go have a summer break, my friend.
There's a lot of cats in here. Yeah. But
oh my goodness.
I got very lucky. They're all really great students. They
will be really great in the profession, I have no doubt.
It's so much fun to work with. So yeah, thank you very much. Here's another very nice drawing. Anyway, it was very fun. It was a fun class.
Super impressive. Super impressive. So I'm going to sneak out now. I have a tele-doctor appointment. But it was lovely seeing everyone. John, Kelly, for Liz, Sarah. I guess I'll see you, John, in a couple weeks, right?
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye, John. Bye, Sarah.
Bye.
Bye. It was a pleasure. Bye, everyone. Congratulations.
Phew. All right. Nice job, everybody. All right. So I have to leave somebody in charge. Dahlia, did you have something? We're on YouTube, so we can't ask anything personal.
Sorry, the train is passing right up on the house. But I was just going to ask you, we have to switch now to a different class or different room.
Yeah, we have a 30-minute break, but
okay.
And then we're going to be back in room 1, I think. Yeah, I think we always start back in the same room. It's the way I organized it. So we'll be back in room 1 at 3:30. Yeah, 3. Let me just double check. You think I've
Sarah,
been...
I'm the host right now. I don't think you need to worry about putting someone else in charge.
Oh, okay. So you are the host?
Yeah, and I'm just going to give it off to one of the 4th.
I thought I had to give it to somebody, like, literally give it to somebody, but no, from the...
I don't think so.
Okay, good. Excellent. Is Justin the host? No. Somebody else is popping in here. All right, so...
Those are just, I think they're...
Okay, so we will be... Let's see. We are back for the afternoon, and we're back in room 1, and we do Carlos, Katie, and Krista. Phew. Okay, take a 30-minute break, and we'll be back. Nice job.
Hi, Marco.
Hey, Sophia.
I'm going to give you the host now.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right. Have fun watching reviews.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey, Wendy.
Hey, Victor.
How's it going?
It's okay. It's a little bonkers over here, but
No, why?
it's just there's a lot. We've all us faculty have like YouTube's like 2 computers running, and
Oh, wow, no.
it's
a very exciting day for
It's
everyone.
been a very exciting day.
I'm sure.
How are
It's a
you?
lot
Where
to
are
get
you at your
through.
house? Are you finally at your
Yeah,
house?
we're in Wells right now. Hey, Henry. Yeah, we're here. We're just like trying to survive the heat. It's gonna get really hot this summer.
Yeah.
Are you in the high desert? No.
No, I'm still in LA right now. I go back Saturday.
Are you lucky kid?
But my air conditioning's working now. I got it fixed already for the summer.
There.
Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't it funny? These little like incremental improvements are lifesavers, aren't they?
Yeah, it was expensive. It was all the electric.
It's not, oh yeah. Show me. We just painted the house, so that at the outside, I was like, oh my god.
I'm glad you guys are there.
I had to sell a kidney and another organ to make it happen. So you are with Michael, huh?
Is that who we are? Yeah. So you'll see 3 from my section and 2 from Michael's section.
Okay. I may have to take off at 6.
That's okay because we have a fairly large jury.
Yeah, you have a full jury.
And Doris isn't coming till 4. So if you're here in the beginning and then Doris is here at
perfect.
the end, then it'll be perfect.
Yeah, we can switch out. That's perfect. Okay. Sounds great.
Hi, Henry.
I'm going to run and get a glass of water. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Hey, Wendy.
Hey, everybody.
How are you?
Good. Just, so a lot of moving parts here. Making sure the some of the jurors pop in and they're not where they should be, and it's like it's all a little crazy. It's kind of exciting. Adds to the excitement. Did you review? Do you already have your review today?
Yeah. I'm going at 5:30.
Oh, okay. I have to check on YouTube room 2 for just one moment.
Okay. How's everyone doing?
Bueno.
Are you going?
Tomorrow.
Ah, nice.
Hi, Luis. Welcome.
Hi, Wendy.
How are you?
Good. How about yourself? Thank you.
Good. Who is our student proctor for the Zoom room right now? Do we know?
Yes, it is me, Marco.
It's you, Marco. Okay, fantastic. Are you already the host?
Yes.
Ah, super. Okay, so you can let everybody in.
Mhm.
Fantastic. Thank you. And Justin, are you ready?
Whenever you are.
Hey, Luis, you're the reviewer who's twice. There are two Luis Gills.
There are two Luis Gills. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, if you look on the list, your name is listed twice. I was like, uh-oh.
Oh no, should I be somewhere else? Yikes.
I hope not. I hope you can stay with us.
No, it's on the overall list, but I was
Okay.
Just making sure you don't miss it, I guess.
Yeah. I thought that was funny.
So Wendy, for our benefit, are we going to be following along on concept board, or will the students be sharing the screen?
Yeah, what we'll do is I'll share the screen. I'll share the screen, which will have the concept board on it. The students will moderate through their presentation, and then they'll stop moderating so that you guys can cruise around in concept board.
And then we'll be on your board and on Michael's board for this one, right?
Right. And let me actually paste in the address. So if you guys feel more comfortable on concept board, you can just have the link. There we go. So we're waiting for David and Eric.
Wendy, I was moderating, is that correct?
Yeah, I think just for while you're presenting.
Okay.
And then you can let it go and let everyone cruise around if they would like. Hi, Eric.
Hey, Wendy.
How are you?
Good. We just finished our graduation event at USC, so Doris will be joining us.
God. Oh, wow.
In a
Okay,
moment
great.
too.
Okay.
So
Okay. I was,
we're going.
Yeah, we thought we wouldn't see her till 4. So we're lucky to get to see her even sooner. David Maestreas is also joining us. So I think I'll begin with introductions though, so that we can get started. So for this afternoon, critics visiting us, thank you so much for your time. You will see 3 projects from my section, our section, and then you will see 2 from Michael Fox's section. So the senior 5th year undergraduate capstone project is what you're here for today. The studio has 6 sections. It's myself, Michael Fox, I mentioned, Sarah Lorenzen, Emma Price, Katrin Terstegen, and Andre Lucier are the other 4 instructors. We all have neighborhoods in Los Angeles City proper, but all the kind of issues and concerns are a little bit different. So when Michael logs on, he'll give you background of what kind of issues and concerns his students are looking at. In our section, we are in the neighborhood that's just north of Vernon and just south of the Arts District on either side of the river. So for coordinate's sake, right on the east side of the river, right in our neighborhood, is the big Sears building that's being converted to housing and retail and restaurants. And then on the west side area, part of town on the other side of the river is sort of emerging arts district in a way, I guess you could describe it. A lot of low rise industrial buildings, but LA Dance Project has their new space in that neighborhood. And so things are kind of changing in an emerging neighborhood on that side of the river. So you will see 3 projects from our section. 2 are on one side and 1 is on the other side. The students looked at zoning and user groups and code issues last semester in fall. They had a kind of research component seminar that they did last fall. They knew what their program would be and they knew what their site would be when they started this semester, this 15-week project in January. And they've developed it in a way, you can think of it through DD, is how they've been asked to, how far they've been asked to develop the project. They had a 1-unit systems integration seminar that also went along with this semester, taught by same faculty member, that's their studio instructor. And now Doris is here and I can introduce all of you. So we've got Doris Sung. Hi, how are you?
Hey, Wendy, how are you?
Nice to see you.
Yeah, sorry we're late. We just came from another event.
That's okay. I hear it's a graduation day at USC.
Yeah.
Perfect. So Doris is an architect and educator and technologist, and she teaches at USC. She's an award-winning designer, and she has a very popular TED Talk out there that everybody should go and find and listen to. And Doris taught me how to draw with a pencil. And now I get to sit on reviews with her, which is super exciting. Luis Gill, he's with us at Cal Poly Pomona. He's teaching in the comprehensive core studio in 3rd year, I think, right? Is that where you are?
Right. Yes.
In the sequence. And so we're very glad to see him today, and he may recognize some of the faces that he sees of the students presenting today. Eric Haas is also teaching at USC. He's an architect and educator and his co-principal and co-founder of DSH Architecture, and has been on senior project reviews with us before. Just last year, we welcome him back. Thanks so much, Eric.
For having me.
And Victor Jones. Victor is a Cal Poly assistant professor at Cal Poly with us, and architect who's working on projects nationally and internationally with his office, Fievre Jones. He is zooming in from Palm Springs today in his lovely modernist home. Thanks so much. And David, we're also going to be joined by David Maestris, who is the founding principal of Realm. He's a landscape architect and a registered architect. So he'll have, again, some wonderful insights into the siting of the projects and all the other technical things we're going to talk about today. Do the critics have any questions for me before we get started? All right. So Justin is ready to present, ready as he'll ever be. And if you want to start moderating, Justin, I'll get my shared screen to present what you want to start on.
Okay. So hello, everyone. My name is Justin Bolden. And within an overarching concept of creating a sense of community leads me to strategize different ways community centers offer different amenities and services to its community. By analyzing the predominant industrial area of Los Angeles, the immediate community lacks basic essential amenities for the neighborhood, industrial workers, as well as future surrounding residents. This means green spaces, fitness areas, workspaces, etc. Are lacking in the community. Therefore, a recreational center dedicated to offering amenities to its neighborhood becomes a way where the community and surrounding areas can develop an enhanced lifestyle along the LA River Master Plan. This master plan is a series of developments, including parks, paths along the river. The center will address the lack for the community-based amenities in the area where people can gather, interact, study, helping to benefit the community's neighborhood workers and its residents, future residents. A little bit about the zone. So the site is about 23,361 square feet with an FAR of 1.5, allowing for approximately 11,600 of buildable square footage per floor. The site's bordered by the LA River to the west and the Washington Boulevard to the south, with underdeveloped adjacent lots consisting of a few low manufacturing structures. The design of my building hinges on the limited site access from the street, program opportunities of a community center, riverside and street side frontages, views of downtown Los Angeles, as well as natural ventilation opportunities through the materials used. With the consideration of the LA River Master Plan, I intended to keep the riverside frontage open to dedicated outdoor space while allowing a generous access to parking area along the southeast portion of the site. This helps derive the form of the ground floor and begins to influence the massing altogether. Continuing upwards, the floors above are designed to take advantage of the unobstructed views of the area and natural ventilations through the exterior door panels and the other materials I'll mention later in the presentation. The main programs of the building focuses primarily on leisure amenities to its visitors and members, while dedicating the ground floor to attractive spaces from the street and river frontages, such as cafes, and an outdoor space that helps place the main fitness area close to the ground, as well as offering more private and quiet workspaces above where unobstructed views can be achieved. As we move into the plans, that would be down here, we can understand the points of access on the ground floor from the riverside through this path into the lobby from the west, and then the main entrance from the street on the south side, while offering cafes and outdoor space and an interior courtyard as you arrive. In regards to the building access, the visitors and members of the building will essentially check into the reception desk in the lobby. All public is welcome, however, guests will need a membership in order to use the main spaces such as the fitness area, pool, and all study areas on the floors above, whereas this ground floor can be accessed and used from public without needing a membership. And this is being achieved by placing the circulation spaces right next to the reception area, kind of monitoring the uses of these circulation paths through the building. After the lobby, possibilities expand through the main level where the career center is behind the cafe, offering private spaces for meetings. And as we transition to the second floor, this is where the main fitness area is located, while offering a small fitness room along the back. As you take the main staircase, that would be on the south side of the courtyard, the interior courtyard, you arrive at the third floor, which is here, where it can transition to a small terrace north of the workspace, interior workspace, and then along the east side of the building is classrooms for community-based needs. And then along the north side of the building, there's a small library offering views to the northwest. As you move up to the fourth floor, you can take these small staircase along the north side or the main elevators over there, and then you end up on the fourth floor, which is the last floor that can be accessed. This is where the larger open workspace area offers a more quiet environment, whereas the rooftop of the floors below offer some outdoor seating as well. As we move to the sectional drawings, these drawings show more of how the typical program spaces are used on a typical day. And you can see the relationship within the site as the interior courtyard impacts the design, offering different environments than the other outdoor spaces on the building, such as the terraces on the building. In the elevations, a lightweight polycarbonate system dresses the building, continuing through the interior of the courtyard, which is this space here. This is along a exterior staircase that runs from the parking level all the way to the rooftop. The main outdoor space along the river can experience all these materials, from the board form concrete that tucks within the polycarbonate material. And then from the Washington Boulevard elevation, you can see the building is cladded in a thin vertical perforated metal panels that hug all sides of this front wing. Whereas on the west elevation, the panels become perpendicular to the building facade, offering shading elements to the floors below and within the building itself. Now, within these high traffic vignettes showcases the daily uses of the buildings, and it can help visualize the daily experiences and interactions with each program, as well as the people in the area. The people that use the building can pass through each of the programs, offering multiple uses during the day from just one person. So if I want to work out and study at the same day, in the same visit, I can do that easily. Now, the structure frame diagram of the building. The building is framed in exposed steel beams and columns with shear walls expanding around the vertical similar walls, since all the floors have a different mass to it. And in addition to these, the tertiary structure is used to support the exterior cladding elements, such as the perforated metal and the polycarbonate mentioned earlier. Now, within the panel usage of the building, these two drawings help visualize how the cladding materials are addressed through the main spaces. The perforated metal is used around the street-facing volume again, which is lifted from the ground floor and attached to each floor as the vertical panels run along the sides. In the wall section, the perforated or the polycarbonate metal is used around the library and workspaces, offering shading elements to this wing as well. And you can see that more in the vignette below, where the polycarbonate material clads one wing, and then the perforated metal clads the south wing. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you all for your time.
Thanks, Justin.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Justin, can I ask if you can go back to your floor plan? Sorry, I'm not able, for some reason, it's not coming out very clear when I go into the concept board, but can you go back to your floor plan and just point out which way is north?
Yes. So I'm going to start moderating again so you can see. So in all the plans, north is up.
Oh,
so this back, the top of the page is north, essentially.
And so on your plan, when you showed that polycarbonate surface versus the metal mesh, where is that located?
So that would be, you could better see that in the second floor. So along this exterior staircase on the west, the polycarbonate metal or the polycarbonate material clads this staircase, and then it jumps to the interior courtyard on the north side. Whereas the perforated metal is along the front facing volume. So I guess if I can draw on this thing, so let's see. So the perforated metal is along this volume here.
Okay.
And yeah, and then the other one would be along the staircase that runs along the backside.
Justin, hey, it's Victor. Good to see you. Congratulations. Just wanted to get a little bit more context about your attitude towards the river and the eventual restoration of it as a natural habitat, and how you envision your project either interfacing with that or not.
Yes, so the master plan of the LA River will include a path that runs between my property line and the river. And then the site that is north of my building or the property there's no street access to it. So there's going to be like a future park on the north side of the building, as well as the path that runs along the west side. So I would address this by opening the north side, like the pool side up here, where the property line is, can transition into the site, and then as well as this this access point to the ground floor through the path and into the building, right? And it leads you right into the lobby space. So anywhere from the path and the park, the feature park on the north side, you'll end up entering the building right into the lobby, and then that's where it would take you out. So this exterior staircase is essentially an egress stair, whereas the doors can be opened from the inside, but you can't access them from the outside.
Justin, this is David Maestros. Sorry, I'm a little late.
No worries.
Quick question on that note. So does that mean then there is no real physical division between your outdoor space and the path and the river, meaning that all of that is completely accessible for anybody?
Once the time comes, there's going to be the pool would essentially be closed off as far as like a fencing or shading elements, but essentially the path will be open to the site via this path here, and then the bar and front amenity spaces will be open to the general public once that path in the park exists.
Hi, Justin. I think, I was just looking at the site on the aerial, and I think what you just said about the kind of transformation of the project over time, like once things actually start to catch, would be really nice to see especially along that north side of the project where you're talking about the park. I was looking in the aerial, it's like a, building supplies and ready mix and stuff like that. It's a really, challenging neighborhood to put a facility or a building like this in as it happens. And I think it's maybe a really nice strategy to think about kind of change over time. Master plans don't always happen. So designing to a master plan is a kind of a challenging thing, right? But like maybe it will. So the idea that your building could actually flex a little bit, basically to accommodate the existing context and then transform over time through some kind of cleverness, I think would be great to see. Sounds like you're doing that on the river side. I would probably advocate for you to think about that on that north side, because that park seems like it would have a really nice connection to the building if it happens.
Right. I completely agree with you. Yes.
I guess for me, Justin, I first of all, I think it's actually a very nice project, very competent, very solid, very well presented and drawn. Sorry, it took me a little while to get through it because I finally now have clear images on the concept board. But I think the area that I think, again, this takes it a step further of where I think the improvement can be thought of is in a little more in the cladding and the exterior wall section.
Okay.
Although I can see how you definitely are interested in trying to make something very transparent around the stairs and the perforated screen around the building, the transparent stair, especially when it's facing west or on the west face, is probably a very not a great place to put it because you'll have a huge amount of heat gain in that area, especially west facing. And the screen, I think, is very smart to put this kind of rain screen on there. The thing being on the river, which I think could add to your wall section, is the ability to consider like natural ventilation and a way to actually open up some of the walls there. One of the ways to do that I would suggest is looking at double facade systems, or ways that you can try to trap the air and times of ventilation, be able to open it and allow air to pass through. And I think that would greatly help your project. I know you were saying that the stairwell was an egress stair. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that would probably be a little more difficult area to apply that kind of stuff, and therefore would need some more solid enclosure for it. I'm not sure, can you actually put polycarbonate around an egress stair just because of the melting value potential of polycarbonate? I'm not sure.
You'd have to get it rated, and he could do it as an exterior egress stair. So with enough air, he's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just to clarify, I think that's the idea, that it's an exterior, it's fully exterior.
Yes.
Kind of like a fire, old fashioned metal fire stair on an apartment building.
But I do like how you held the building a little distance from the river's edge, that you positioned, as well as the massing in that area, I think is really quite nice. And I appreciate your perspective drawings with the people and the activity inside.
Thank you.
Justin, I'd just add to those comments that I do think it's a very successful project. And I think also that it's a very insightful project, given the transformation that is currently underway along the river's edge. I think also the building proposition is quite exciting. It really, this implication of porosity, both from a planning strategy, but also a kind of climatic control strategy, as Doris has mentioned, is quite exciting. And then also one of the things I most love about the project is the way it begins to negotiate the two orientations, the kind of the lines of the river versus the lines of the city. And I think it offers an opportunity for you to think of the building as being a catalyst of negotiation between these two very different types of experiences on either side of the project. I would love to hear more, about how program plays a more assertive role in doing that. You talked a little bit about the cafe and outdoor spaces, but I see those as being kind of static programmatic elements that are there, but I'm really interested in these activating programs, these active programs, bicycling, eventually canoeing along the river and things like that, that may eventually add even greater importance to the way that you envision your project.
Right.
I'm not so sure I agree. I understand where it's coming from. It's coming from a kind of life safety code perspective, this, eventually isolating the pool deck and area from the general public. But I also think maybe there's some tension to be maintained in the idea that there is a kind of active, movement through and around the building that doesn't necessarily play into the actual program, that it's almost like it's a civic space that one could move through freely, and it simply becomes part of the city or urban experience in that community, rather than seeing it as an isolated, and I fear that there's a potential for the project to become more like a private club than something that is meant to enhance the amenities of this community. So I would ask you to think more deeply about the idea of accessibility, physical porosity, and how those active programs might play a part in that whole idea of keeping the project very much connected to the community and river.
Mm-hmm. I completely agree, and that, like one of you said before, that it is really challenging noticing that the master plans might not become, present in the future. So addressing this, the pool area essentially would be like a more private space right now, but once the master plan becomes a real development, that would generate more questions as to how can we address this pool and make it more, public, as well as moving into the inside of the building, and how can we make these areas more public now that there's even more people coming through the building from all areas of LA. So,
and I totally agree with you, but in closure, I would say that it would be much more exciting, I think, as you dream about this project years to come, that you imagine it being more urbanistically proactive than reactive, meaning that it's part of the initiative to link the river to the city. And you see your project as actively becoming a catalyst for this to happen. It's almost as if the architecture is insisting all of the political and community stakeholders do good on their promise. The building is a constant reminder that you need to maintain the funds. You need to keep the interest alive about the river becoming part of the outdoor experience for Angelenos and the community. So I totally agree with you, but I think thinking about your project as being a proactive move rather than a reactive move to policy and planning that may or may not come down the line, I think is, for me, a bit of a question I think you should consider more carefully.
I wonder if you could also use this metal mesh screen so that it actually peels off the building, so that it could then establish some of those indoor-outdoor semi-enclosed, semi-private, semi-public spaces a little more.
Right.
So that, again, instead of having that low wall simply demarcating on the edge of the outdoor area, that maybe it can actually start to delaminate a little more from the building and start to establish, a way to enclose more of the exterior space too.
I do like that.
Right. It's almost like you want to see the building come across a little bit more dynamic, right? As many people have pointed out, that what this is now is not what it's going to be in 20, 30 years if it changes, right? So this building going in now to a very largely industrial area, I think there's some train tracks just to the north of this, you kind of have to treat it almost as a landmark, right? So the idea of this delamination or playing more with that skin, right? You really want this to almost stand out, and it's going to, transition from being sort of landmark, maybe first building, and then just being sort of one of this new community that's developing there. Then how does this building then transition from serving the needs of the current community to serving the needs of the future community? And how that maybe you see that demographic changing could sort of manifest itself in not just the facade system, but how maybe the ground level is laid out, the ground floor particularly, which way it's oriented. As someone pointed out, it's a little bit closed off to the north right now. What if that was some sort of architectonic system that as the area changes, maybe some panels can be removed or some walls can be moved around, and all of a sudden now this is completely open to the north and the walls come down for the pool, and now this is just all integrated as part of the park, right? So planning ahead, right? Designing this building in phases, this is for the first 10 years, and the next 15 years, and in 20 years, it's going to look like this. So look how my building can adapt. That could be a really, really interesting sort of line of inquiry as you sort of think about the project for the future.
Yes, that's a good point. I agree.
Justin, I want to commend you also, because I find that the narrative, the graphic narrative, and the way you stress the project, is quite elegant, quite on target, and I commend you again. The graphics are quite beautiful, and the way you have resolved the building is also quite superb. A few things, maybe another series of afterthoughts, maybe along the lines of this sort of like a habitat community catalytic sort of approach, maybe from the lens of the landscape and how the landscape could effectively not only be an element that could be treated on the ground plane, but effectively also be explored in other datums, meaning that the fact that you could have frame or maybe as maybe somebody else suggests, modify the geometry. So outdoor terraces that are maybe planted, could effectively give the building a little bit more of a dynamic nature and take advantage that Los Angeles, the river also has a width that is also somewhat interesting to be perceived from different datums, or equally from other perspectives. Not only the river, but also the adjacent community, the adjacent buildings. Understand that looking north, south, or east could effectively also be something quite unique and interesting on your geometry and the stacking of the boxes. To that point again, I was just like looking again at the purpose and the presence of that inner courtyard, and maybe again, like begin to question, is that the right size of that courtyard, the right location? Or equally, begin to question, is it more a building where nature is more embraced from the outside, or nature is really embraced from the inside? And if it's embraced from the inside, how can we really best utilize a space, or either it's become something that is thermically, benefiting the project, or that it becomes a space that could actually be accessed or seen from different points of view, but not just simply become a contemplative sort of garden, but something a little bit more powerful. And equally, again, I think that somehow when I see the axonite thing massing of the building, I wonder again if it could be maybe an opportunity for you to think about different ways of framing and thinking about, compressing floors and amping up some other floors. So sectionally, you don't end up with such a repetitive sort of like floor plate, but something that you can, create more interesting sort of like framing moments, or moments where you expand and you compress, that could equally give you a little bit more variety. Some of it, it's coming together on that section. Last but not least, I think that when it comes to ground plane and really grounding many of these proposals in a complex and interesting sort of like site, I saw some sort of like initial attempt to think about your ground plane, meaning textures, the paving, is something that, again, it clearly you have the skills and the knowledge base to begin to think about that also being a layer that could effectively bring different type of circulation patterns, different type of scales in your project, also as you move through all these different floors.
Right.
Yeah, Justin, I would echo a couple of those points that now that you bring it up, David. Now, the more I look at the plan, the more I think, well, does this need to have its own sort of small interior courtyard? Isn't this project all about the river and where it is, and being optimistic about what this area would be? And if that's the case, right, like why not make that courtyard, this semi-private courtyard, part of the more expansive response to the river, right? So it's not like you have sort of this reprieve, like, okay, this is a nice about the river over here, but I actually, when I go in the building, I really want to be in this protected little space. Open that up, right? And then you really stake your ground, be optimistic. This building's going to be here for the long haul, and it's, I really believe in this area, so I'm going to open up to it, right? And I think it could help sort of, I don't know, tie it in a little bit more. It's still like there's too many hard edges for me on this building to really sort of have it be sort of part of the context as it is now, right? And on the floor plate issue and the contextualization, I would almost want you to see, sort of tying back a little bit more to the programming, getting almost hyper specific with the programming, right? We get a couple of levels of recreation, and it's just kind of workspace, and we just throw a bunch of desks in there. How do you really see the space being used? What would really sort of respond to the community's need now? Or does this become sort of in the future another generic WeWork or something like that, right? So, and really sort of asking yourselves those hard questions. Does this open space, is this what it should be? So then maybe split this up into two buildings, that kind of talk to each other, or should these be sort of hyper contextualized programming? How would that affect the look of this, right? Because it's almost like you have this container you've designed, and then there's these big spaces in which you're throwing desks and chairs and calling it workspace, but I don't see the two relating. I don't see the aesthetics of the exterior or the shape of this thing really influenced by what you're seeing. What you're saying is going to be the real use of it, right? So maybe bringing those two together a little more.
Mm-hmm.
Wendy, do we have time for one more comment?
We have until 4:15, so yes.
Just reflecting upon what Luis and David have mentioned, I would encourage you to think about how you might strategically break the binding box of the site, property lines. And think about, are there things that might be appendages that could be negotiated with, civic organizations, the city, that might be these appendages that might lead down to the river, that might begin to be gestures, architectural gestures that begin to say, this building is rooted in the community, and it is rooted in these elements surrounding it. I think one of the things is that maybe is a bit unfortunate is being so earnest in respecting those lot lines to the point where they constrain your project from making any kind of gesture towards some of these other elements, like the path that will eventually be along the river, but also down to the river. And then possibilities on the other sides, north, south, and eastward. I think there could be a really wonderful, and it may be as simple as what David is suggesting is, indexing the extents of the building by changing the ground material so that sidewalks become the materiality of the site. But I really would love to see that urban attitude that you do have cooking be more explicit by questioning those site limitations, the binding of the property lines.
Okay.
Final comments for Justin?
Congratulations on being done. It's I know we're being a little nitpicky, but it really is a very solid project and well put together and well thought through. And the structure diagram, really, you could tell that you thought about all the pieces. I remember presenting my senior project and everyone was snickering in the back. How's that being held up? So right. It's good to see that we've gotten more into DD with this one. It looks like a real project.
Awesome. Thank you so much, you guys, for your comments. I really appreciate them.
All right. Congrats, Justin.
Thank you.
I think Ernest, Victor described it as Ernest, and I think that's you. Very, very methodically taking this on and paying attention to each piece that needed to come together. So excellent work.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
All right. And next we have Liz Terry. Liz, are you there?
Hello. Yeah.
All right.
I'm here.
You're a little quiet.
Oh, I'm here.
I'm just going to turn. Yeah, I'm just going to turn up the volume a little.
Okay.
And we're still sharing. So if you'd like to begin moderating, you can begin whenever you'd like. And for the critics, we are on the same site with Liz's project as we saw with Justin.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Take us away, Liz.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Liz Terry. I will be proposing a hybrid manufacturing facility that creates clothing for small businesses. It includes office rooms, workspaces, and outdoor green spaces. Having these green spaces in the facility can help reduce stress levels and have more productive workers, benefiting the company and the environment. The outdoor spaces, too, will integrate with a new improvement along the river. So it's located on Washington Boulevard and by the river, the same location as Justin. And the area is primarily industrial development. It's a AM3 zone region. So on the diagram on the site map on the right side shows the red dots indicating the amount of factories, warehouses, and other types of factories. The green dots indicate the green spaces. So as you can see, there's lack of connection to the LA River and the surrounding buildings.
Hey, Liz, I'm going to stop you for a second. You might want to stop moderating and then start again. It's, okay, we're back. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
We flew over to a different part of concept board for 1 second. So.
Someone took over. Okay. So in the project, the outdoor spaces will integrate with new improvements along the river and are to be implemented in the coming years. The project sees the future of working as being more, indicated with such green spaces for the health and well-being. And for the zoning, as you can see, the program diagram, it's of 2 blocks. So the office space interjects with the office with the factory space. So we have here and it is 23,000, roughly 24 or more square footage. And then for the concept I have here, I would want an ideal workspaces for the employees and workers with natural cool temperatures. The top level, as you can see from the staff room, has an overall look of the factory workers and the LA River. So as you can see on the bottom here, it's a little diagram showing the office, the staff room overlooks the factory space on the bottom here. And the employees can also connect by the bridge that takes them to the meeting rooms off of Washington. So as you can see on the right side here, off of Washington Street. So coming down on the floor plan, the ground floor here, we have the LA River on the left side. And on the west side, you can see that there's going to be a bike lane here where all the public will be coming through. And then they'll have the west side of entrance facing the facilities face is along the LA River, and so the public can come through and connect with each other. And the main entrance comes along here. I don't know if you can see my cursor along here to the reception area and the exhibition room. We also have here the facility all across the rectangular mapping. On the second floor, we have here are the mainly employees, the staff. So we have here, as I was saying, the overall staff room where they can overlook the factory workers. And they have their own meeting rooms. And along the bridge, we have here the director room and the other main meeting rooms that the employees can have. And as you can see here, there are pockets of greenery where the employees can take a break, take a breather, relax, and don't have to exit the facility to take a single break. So we have here on the third floor the roof access and accessible to the mezzanine, which is more space for the factory workers and can also take advantage of the roof access. And then here is where all the creativity happens in the design room and creativity room, as you can see down here. So for the vignette, the first image is the main entrance from the north side to the east. And then these 4 images shows the pocket of greenery where the employees can sit, relax, talk, and have an overlook. This big image is the staff room, which is looking over the factory, and you can also see the LA River. And these last 2 images shows the ground floor all throughout the factory space. And then on the right side, you see the mezzanine space and sitting area. So for the elevations, we have the type of materials used as steel, concrete, and fiber panels. For the structural, it's a structural steel material with shear walls. And yeah. So for the sections, we can see here how the factory goes through the massing, and then the office spaces is what intersects into the massing. So we have the staff room, meeting room, and then the factory area below. And here's where you can see the reaction of popping into different spaces, connecting by the bridge. And here's an overall section perspective to see, like off of the LA River, you see all the greenery from the bike rail going down to Washington Boulevard. And then the last 2 images here shows the reception area. And the last image is coming down the bike lane. So you see what's going on all throughout the facility. And also, as I don't know if you can see it here, it's pushed back. So you can, it doesn't have direct, you know, so it can have some kind of shading. And that's my project. And thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Liz.
So Liz, what is actually being made at your factory here?
Oh yes. Well, my factory is it's a clothing factory, so it's mainly for small businesses owners.
And so you expect that these small business owners would commission this factory for small batches of production?
Yeah.
And the small business are external to this company, so that this company will be subcontracted, I guess, to manufacture?
Yeah.
And therefore, on the second and third level, the staff that you're talking about, is that like sales staff? They're not, you mean, the spaces that you talk about, are they available to the factory workers as staff? Is that who you're calling staff, or is it a separate level, like white collar level?
Yeah. Yeah, so the ground floor is mainly like the workers, the factory workers, and they can still access also the office spaces, which is the main guys, the factory owners. So that's where all the planning goes and the direction of the company.
Yeah, because I think, you know, for me, I mean, your project is very beautiful, Liz. I really like how you give this very, very large space to the factory workers, especially the view and the openness of it. But I think what would help is if you think very carefully about the hierarchy within the company itself, whether you agree with that hierarchy and whether you want to promote it, or think of something different, right? Of the way and the model of business here. Because when in some of your views, I can't help but to feel like the factory workers are being watched oftentimes by upper management, right? That upper management are on upper floors and giving a little preferential treatment by raising them off the ground, looking down below and watching all the people in the factory. That might be, in some cases, what people think should be the reality. But I think if you do something that you want to do it as a designer intentionally, right? As part of maybe indirect way of viewing people without having to monitor on the floor, for example. But there is and appears to be a separation between those portions of the people working in the factory, and is done, in this case, architecturally and spatially. So that's one thing to actually think about in your project and consider. The thing I do like about your project a lot is the interest in bringing the green in and thinking of ways to make it more healthful and about wellness. You also talk in those terms too, which I think is great, about making these outdoor spaces and places to convene that are really nice. But ultimately, my question is, who actually is enjoying these spaces in the end to convene in these gathering areas? Is it still ultimately the upper management, or is it really truly available for the factory workers who probably need it the most?
Yeah.
Liz, I'm sorry if I missed this, but did you tell us how you get things into and out of your factory space? Or do you have a plan for that? Like, you know, one of the things about it, and I don't mean this as a practical question so much, although it is a practical issue of how to, you know, how you're going to deliver the kind of raw materials into the space. I presume that kind of parking driveway space on the east side of the site is your subterranean parking access. So I don't think it's through there. So do you have a kind of thought about that?
Yeah, since it's a clothing factory or for small businesses, I was um, not thinking that it's required a large amount of material, but the main entrance would be either the 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 east side. But I see what you were meaning about that, that it would be more difficult for
What
loading happening on the street view.
So
And
here was my interpretation of what you could have done, and maybe
yeah,
I'll say should have done. So hint, hint, is actually turn the whole like process of running a, because this is very light industrial. It's not really like a factory, right?
yeah.
It's pretty small scale. It's pretty low intensity. You know, we hope that there's not a lot of like uh, whatever hot seam welding and noxious gases and things like that.
Mhm.
But so it's pretty light, and you drew this kind of cutout in Washington Boulevard with, I guess, a place for trucks to turn in and stuff like that. And then you talk about this exhibition space, and there's maybe possible on such a relatively low intensity manufactory like this that you could have made the whole like delivery and then removal of the stuff out the literally out the front door through your
Mhm.
exhibition space part of the whole kind of narrative of the factory itself. Like it's a little, given what we were told in the last project about the onset of the possible park on the north side of the site, it's sort of a little disappointing to me that you don't acknowledge that. Maybe that wasn't part of your narrative as well. So I'm looking for ways in which some of the decisions you were already making about the zoning of the site, that you could use to your advantage and actually sort of make that part of the architecture.
Mhm. Yeah, I totally agree with that. I do.
Liz, on the one hand, I totally agree with some of the remarks that Doris mentioned about the elegance and, let's say, the appropriateness of how you have resolved the building. However, there's maybe a missing aspect of your presentation that I don't know if I missed it when you explain it. I'm trying to understand what is the thesis of the project. I mean, what's really the underlining sort of like objective of the decision of understanding the site per se, the history of the site, what is sometimes coined as the cultural landscape, like it's beginning to trace, what happens around, what has happened around, and what were kind of like the variables or the motivations that piqued your attention to say, okay, I'm going to rethink about, like the industrial heritage, for example,
Yeah.
how many of these factories have been, modeled over the years. And I want to come up with something that is more, that departs from being very inward looking to something a little bit more open, or, there's something there that I'm not really understanding or hearing from your end. That I think could effectively maybe be a post revision after this review for you to think on how you talk about the project, because I feel like there is some really interesting elements again about transparency, about the ground plane, about this sort of like interest to adapt nature or bring some sort of landscape. We can have another conversation about how successful that really comes through, but I don't know. Just curious again if there's again something deeper there that I'm not seeing or hearing.
No, yes. It's seeing the overall like site of being surrounded with manufacturing facilities and not incorporating nature or even connecting with the LA River. The area does not have as much populated buildings, but most of the buildings surrounding are factories, and I wanted to change that idea of a more of a environmentally friendly, and not only for the environment but also for the staff. That's why I created outdoor balconies and more of a shareable greenery spaces, so it can benefit for both factory and office employees. Um, but I can also see which it's not as clear but I just wanted to incorporate nature within changing the overall look of a factory.
Okay.
What do you envision happens in the exhibition area, Liz? Is that clothing exhibition? Is that something completely unrelated to the manufacturing?
Yeah, the exhibition room is more of like a showroom displaying their type of clothing of what they sell or what they make. So even the public could go in and explore what this facility is all about. And it's not as, closed in and no one can be welcome. That's somehow I also shared the reception area if they have more information or even have any questions of the materials or the products.
I'm asking because your project, as an architectural object, can be very beautiful with the glass and the steel and sort of the brise-soleils you're proposing with the outdoor decks. But I think to Doris and to David's point, what it's lacking for me is sort of a through line, right? Like what's the why? Why are we doing this? Because at the end of the day, we're saying we're going to sort of treat manufacturing differently, this and that. What I'm seeing is a very segregated building at the moment. I'm seeing the workers go here, and then the office staff and all the bosses get to go up to the upper levels, and then we have the segregated exhibition area. What if you mixed all that up? What if because in my mind, the greatest space here is the manufacturing space. It's like triple height space. It's got the great western views. It's really, really nice, right? What if you mix that in with the exhibition space? What if this building was something, you're making a point about, well, you can have manufacturing next to exhibition. Why can't manufacturing be a high art? Why can't you look at this the same way you would look at, a finished dress or a finished art piece, sort of intermingle, and then use that as a driver to maybe differentiate the spaces a little more, right? I'm seeing the exhibition space downstairs. Above, we have a director's office and looks like another meeting room. And then above that is the creative space and the design space, but they all kind of look the same, right? So what differentiates these in your mind? Should these be architectonically different? Should they open to different views? Should they get different light? So it's that sort of that level of investigation that for me is a little bit missing right now. But again, as an object, as an architectural thing, I think where you're going with it is really beautiful. I'm missing sort of that connection between why am I doing it this way, right? Why it's like you have all the pieces, right? But I'm missing sort of the big, the big pieces, the big concept that kind of brings them together.
Because I love Luis's idea of
and the mezzanine is also for the factory workers. But I also understand the way you're explaining it. I truly agree. I do.
Liz, I was just going to say that I completely support Luis's idea of mixing program. Can you hear me?
It's probably me. I have yeah. My connection's unstable.
I'll try to speak more loudly. I said I completely support Luis's idea of being more aggressive about mixing, particularly in response to some of the concerns that Doris has about upper management and conventional structuring and organization of business in this country. There's a tendency to put an over-consuming amount of energy and priority to productivity, profit, and efficiency in this country. In contrast to, let's say, other nations like Japan or France, where there is an equalizing factor called taking pride in one's work and craft that balances out the equation. And I think in many ways, your project is offering that latter proposition, a recalibrating of priorities in terms of how manufacturing is seen and how it's practiced in this country. And I find it really exciting when you start, you've already begun this process of rescripting that scenario by giving the workers the best space in the house. But those blank walls on that triple height space would be gorgeous walls to display textile art, or to begin to intermingle these ideas of, and the kind of clear boundaries between what is exhibition and production are morphed together. And I think that talking about that internally, and David's desire to find the conceptual or thesis in the project really starts to unfold for me, because it starts to, that same attitude starts to play its way play out as we make our way outside into the exterior spaces of the project. I love the kind of atomization purely from a scale and volumetric point of view. I do take issue with Luisa's comment about, it seems like the office people are over here and the workers are over there currently, but that could be easily rescripted without even actually changing the architecture itself. It's just a reconceptualization of the program. But for me, what is so wonderful is that you actually physically do, in a much more aggressive way than, let's say, Justin was suggesting, you actually propose, actual like circulation access between East and West. And I think it's beautiful. But again, I'm thinking, I wrote to myself, like, projects that could push this agenda even further. I think it's extremely unique that you find yourself at the edge of one of the greatest infrastructural projects in modern times in the United States. The restoration and renaturalization of the Los Angeles River is an unprecedented infrastructural project. And yet your building seems to be a bit sheepish about acknowledging that monumental effort. And so I'm thinking about projects like ICA by Diller Scofidio and how it engages, the Boston shoreline, or Le Corbusier at Harvard, at Carpenter Center, with its ramps extending beyond the building proper to kind of invite surrounding areas, neighborhood and campus alike, to interface with the building. Or Todd Williams and Billy Sinn's museum for extension for Cranbrook University. So these kinds of things, I think, are, yes, it's not like I'm trying to make, projects that have like awful protrusions, but I think trying in some way to have the architecture acknowledge the uniqueness of this site rather than working within its confines, the property lines, to me seems a lost opportunity again. But with all of that said, I think it's a wonderful project. I love the way that it really sets up to talk about the way manufacture reinvents itself in the United States as something that is less about profit, productivity, and efficiency, and about the kind of self-respect and dignity for what one makes, and that being part of the marketing experience of selling and exchanging product.
That I think is a great point, and I'm curious again if one of the questions that maybe could come to your mind as how would you reframe or describe this project via the lens of, let's say, of the worker or the visitor? I mean, are we establishing something where you want to mix them all under one marvelous and amazing experience as far as the process of the making and exhibiting and all of that? Or you want to begin to compartmentalize and separate and think about, again, from that perspective of the user perspective, how would you then describe the project, for example? That will begin to posit some challenges in terms of how then the architectural elements begin to better represent those conditions or those programs that you're stressing. Like does the big hall of the worker space structural frame, begins to acquire a different sort of like tectonic or color or expression that is different from the exhibit hall, for example, no? So you go into a bit of a Richard Rogers sort of like a, attitude towards, like the expression of structure with a certain accents and materiality and tectonics of lightness, soundproofing, or areas where you have full transparency and areas where you have blurry conditions. So I don't know. I think that there is again the discourse, the architectural discourse of the object itself, and I think the renderings are doing a disservice because everything is like gray tone and it doesn't really capitalizes on that, on the refinement and the elegance of many of your decisions and your designs. But equally, again, it's the other counterpart of the social narrative or the factory narrative that I personally was missing too, as far as like, what is this project really attempting to do?
We just have about a minute left for any final comments.
I think I'm going to punt, because this is not my area of expertise, but I'm going to punt the baton to Doris, and maybe offer an opportunity to talk about the environmental controls, the facade treatment, things like that, that I think are very craftily dealt with in this project. But again, it's not my expertise, Doris, so maybe you can respond to it.
No, I'll expand it actually a little further too, because Liz, I know that you chose a factory typology, for example, that again is fairly light industrial. I think one of the things that could have been that might have pushed you up against a wall to really think more carefully is if it were actually looking at a program that was more despicable for the environment, that had more issues with the environment, so that the architecture can actually really start to compensate more. And I say this just because my father many years ago owned a garment dye company. And basically they did stonewashing, and all the clothes that you might wear all have certain dyes in it, uses a huge amount of water, makes a huge amount of waste, and is very toxic in waste. And so when you think about that as part of the garment industry, what does that do, and what does that mean for one, the environment, and two, for wellness of the people working there, right? And all of a sudden you have to deal with much bigger issues of wellness than just putting green on the walls. And that the reality is, I actually strongly believe that architecture can actually start to deal with those things and combat them to a certain degree. It also, you start to put green on the walls too for the wellness, which is true. There's a lot of studies showing that when you just see the color green, it's actually even soothing, as well as, to a very minor level, cleaning the air. And I assume too, you put this very large window wall in there to bring sunlight or light in there, but is also bringing in a huge amount of Western light. And in California and Los Angeles is a tremendous amount of heat gain. And a tremendous amount of heat in those spaces in the afternoon, and glare right into the eyes. So it's a very difficult condition that then needs to require a huge amount of air conditioning. Air conditioning, which oftentimes is not provided in factories, especially in the Los Angeles or Southern California area, and requires a huge amount of energy to run. So when you really stop and step back and think about all these things, they really can influence the way that you design factories, and consider maybe opening up the facade more to the north. Maybe it's not such a great view that you want, but in such a way to use passive means into factories where they don't want to be spending a lot of energy, cost, and money into. So I guess I will, I mean, I could go on and on for a long time, but we'll end it at that. I think what you proposed, though, is a very beautiful idea of connecting the factory and factory workers' lives to wellness. And I encourage you to continue thinking about that, because I think so much more can be done, and it doesn't have to be just done on a very light level, but be considered as a new type of work space for industrial workers.
Excellent place to leave this. Thank you so much, Liz. I know you cut out for a moment. The internet wasn't great. So excellent presentation. Congratulations. And Melina is next. There you are, Melina.
Hi.
Hi.
Hey, everyone.
So you can start moderating, and we're still sharing screen. So whenever you want to get started, go right ahead.
Okay, so hi everyone. My name is Melina Morris, and my project is a market hall located in the heavily industrial area of Boyle Heights. This project offers an architecture which supports aspiring entrepreneurs, food vendors, and artists who have the ability to kickstart and conduct a startup business. So a market hall is a type of indoor market that is open to the public and is defined as a covered space or a building where independent vendors sell food and other articles from stalls. My site is located on the west side of the LA River on East 12th Street off South Santa Fe Avenue in Boyle Heights. Although the area is highly industrial, it is in the process of redevelopment. One of the reasons why I chose the location was primarily because of the lack of food availability in the area. The majority of the area is made up of industrial buildings, with the surrounding buildings being clothing-related factories and a couple of art-related buildings. The only source of food within a quarter-mile radius of the site is a local-owned taco stand indicated in the black dot right here. So with the potential of being a heavy pedestrian circulated space, the other reason why I chose the site was because it's set in from the main street and has two access points, one being 12th Street and the other an alleyway on the west side, which is this road right here. You can see it here too. One can enter onto the site on the north, west, and south side, which are right here, here, and here. So the concept of my project was to make spaces where the maker could showcase their passion to the consumer through the process of their work in a transparent way. To do so, I am focusing on natural lighting strategies, circulation of space, and the creation of open space. The building is broken down into 4 levels, with the ground floor designated for non-permanent vendors, second and third for semi to permanent vendors, and the roof a large outdoor open space. These spaces take form inside a gridded steel structure that represents the industrial part of the area and are wrapped in a striped diagonal skin that acts as a buffer between the inside and outside. You can see the skin right here. The ground floor was designed to allow the visitor to enter and circulate the space with an unobstructed view of the whole floor, allowing them to see the vendors ahead as they go. The main entrance is located on the northwest side, which is right here, of the building, with access to the building on the southwest side as well, which is right here. There's also a small outdoor seating area located right here, and a designated food truck parking zone right here. So here in the vignette, you can see how that indoor space would potentially look like. And here is that outdoor seating area. On the second floor, as you come up the stairs, there is a double-heighted large open space right here that can be used for as a seating area or for potential events. The vendor spaces on both the second and third floor encompasses the atrium right here, allowing visitors to have a direct view of the different vendors. So here you can see that large open space. And here is that atrium space with third floor, and you're looking from the second floor. The stairs from the second floor are located between the outside of the building and the skin, so as to not to obstruct the circulation of the vendor spaces, which you can see right here. These stairs lead all the way up to the roof, which is the main seating and / dining area. And here you can kind of see the staircase in between the skin and the building, and how the outdoor space on the roof. In the sections, you can see the double-heighted space on the second floor right here, and the atrium that was designed to allow for natural light to enter into the lower levels right here on this one and right here. On the elevations, there are areas of the building that will house artwork from local artists and become the And because the area has a lot of graffiti art, the white wall on the outdoor seating area on the ground floor could potentially become a graffiti wall. The wall that I mentioned is this wall right here. I also wanted to mention that all the artwork used in my project was done by a local LA artist named Tristan Eaton. So moving to the wall section, you can better see the striped diagonal skin and where it is moved away from the building to allow for the outdoor stairs right here. The glass windows on the ground floor are actually operable doors to allow for easy access and circulation of this, the building, which are these doors right here. Lastly, in my axon perspective, you can see the different vendor spaces. The second and third floor vendors all have glass windows that separate but also incorporate the maker and the consumer together. The consumer will be part of the maker's process, forming a healthy, transparent relationship between both parties where passion and enjoyment can be shared. So my overall goal for this project was to offer a change of pace and scenery to a heavily industrialized area where a place to grab a meal or simply relax was scarce. Through natural lighting, strategy, circulation of space, and the creation of open space, my market hall, River Trail Market, aims to offer an alternative to generic consumer experience. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Melina.
Melina, just to clarify, did you say that this marketplace is for food and other goods too, or is it mainly like is food on the bottom with the semi-permanent or the temporary structures and changes to other types of products as you go up?
So the bottom floor is more non-permanent vendors, so not necessarily food vendors. They could be any kind of vendors, like if clothing vendors or so on and so forth. Well, the second and third floor houses more kitchens, so it's more for people who are creating like cuisines or meals, or maybe just like ice cream or any type of like food.
Yeah,
yes.
And because it appears that the lower floor, especially the main floor or the ground floor, is not very dense at all. And I know you mentioned that you're trying to get views through it, but the density, I mean, it just seems so open. And I'm wondering if you expect those areas to be filled with tables or chairs, and you mean if it's a food type of thing, or is it just open for pedestrians down there?
It's kind of open for both pedestrians and the vendors. Like some vendors might have signs or things that they have maybe around their stations, as well as like there could be potentially of like somebody who is selling food on the bottom floor that is just needing a space at the moment and they don't want to rent out a whole kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
So there could be potential for maybe some small seating areas inside as well, yes.
Can you say something about the relationship of the food trucks to the on-site facilities? It looks like there's some food truck parking on your ground floor site. Are they just invited any day? Or is there any relationship to the kitchens upstairs?
It's pretty much whenever they're invited to any day, yes. It could be like just the local food trucks, or if they just need a spot to sell. But it's open for any food truck to be able to come, yeah. If related to the kitchen, then they're also more than welcome to come.
Do you think, I mean, this is a sort of an operational question, but it goes to the kind of character of the architecture. Do you think any of these kitchens are going to serve as like a ghost kitchen or off-site, or is this all for like kind of on-site, like you must come here and everything's on site?
I think that it could also serve as ghost kitchens, yes.
Then Melina, just for clarification, all the food is brought to this destination. None of the food is actually produced in this building.
No, so the second, third floor, you can produce food there. While I would say the first floor is more food brought there.
Now, when you say produce, you mean cook there or grown
Yes, cook there.
But not grow.
Not grow, no.
Could you, I mean, maybe speak a little bit toward that decision, but also the site selection is interesting, right? Because you're kind of sticking yourself behind another building. So can you speak a little bit toward that? And then how is it the striping of the facade, the height of the building? Is it just the programming of the building? What do you expect to be the big draw to bring people into this sort of this inner lot, this project?
So the height of the building is taller than all the buildings surrounding it. So it is very visible from the main street. What I think is going to kind of draw people there is kind of just the culture of market halls. They have kind of become really popular in recent years. And I have noticed that a lot of them are kind of like they're off in like areas where a lot of people usually don't go, and they are just like word of mouth, like that people really just like the culture of a market hall and the experience of going to market halls, that like especially the younger generations get really interested in wanting to like try something new and try something that's not the typical fast food joints or so on and so forth, and like kind of like experience a different kind of like food options.
What would differentiate this project then from, let's say, Grand Central Market or in downtown, or I think on 8th Street, they're about to open another similar market. And I know there's this Smorgasburg, I don't know if I'm saying that right. I think like a few blocks from here, right? On Sundays near the new development, the Row.
Yeah, the Row.
So is it the programming? Is there gonna it sounded like there's gonna be some idea of cross programming, right? Like there's not just food vendors, there's maybe retail vendors. It sounded like there's gonna be some event space. Is that the differentiator? That this is sort of a cultural landmark, and we have food, yes, but we also have art and local vendors, local retail vendors to go with that, or is it solely a food destination?
No, I would say that it is kind of that hybrid part where like my initial thought was from the idea came kind of from my friend who just started his own vendor stall, and he kind of is jumping from place to place every day, setting up his vendor stall. And he kind of told me about like the community that they have and how they reach out to potential customers. And so, and just kind of having like a place for vendors like him that kind of don't have a home. The first floor would be kind of that space for them to be able to kind of have like almost like a not permanent residence, but at least a residence where people would know that, okay, this is where I have to go, instead of being one of those like food alleyways that are pretty popular in LA. So that was like where my idea came from. But like the second and third floor vendors are kind of for the people who are more gotten to that point of like, okay, I want to have a spot. I have a bigger clientele now, and they just really they just want to like continue their business or like continuing it and getting it more along the road that they want to continue on with it.
Accelerators, not incubators. So did you have a minimum like square footage that you needed to hit on this project?
Yeah.
Okay. I that's because I asked because I think you have one too many floors. And I think if I were you, I mean, I think for two reasons. One is just I think your section feels very squished compared to what I think that some of the character that you're getting at with this kind of market hall, that the floor to floor is relatively short. And I don't know, I sort of like, I'm kind of intrigued about exploring the difference between basically your ground floor, and then I would have kind of squashed the two middle floors together, which is a very different kind of experience, a different kind of vendor, different kind of vibe and so forth. And then your kind of roofscape, which is then a third space. And I think that, you know, having the kind of a greater kind of stitching together, and maybe these different levels being aware of the difference between them and the different kinds of activities and the different kinds of characters, different kinds of experiences that you would get among these three levels would be a stronger position. I kind of understand, of course, there's things you have to do to hit the metrics of the studio, but like this project, I mean, I actually there's some things that I really like about the project. I'm a kind of a big fan of very prismatic buildings, so I think you've handled the massing pretty well. Actually, there's some things I would have done differently, but I think for me, it's the kind of the oblique relationships among the floors that I feel is a little under recognized in the development of the kind of awareness, because these are all, you know, sharing the same kind of atmosphere, and being aware of the differences in experience, I think is something that would really charge a project like this.
Well, I really love the project. I think that it speaks to a new generation of how we, as not just a city, but as a country, have a more intimate rapport with these things that Europeans at this point take for granted. Eating is a ritual in many parts of the world, but we do it on the fly in front of the television, on the front seat of our cars, and we have a very particular relationship with food as a nation. And I really appreciate the project starting to chip away at and look for greater kind of deeper understanding of what that might mean as we move forward. But there are a couple of things that I'm really struggling with. One, I want to say, I think the presentation is beautiful. The drawings are very crisp and legible. The way that the layout of the presentation is incredibly easy to read. So I really appreciate the graphic eye, but also the curatorial hand in laying out the presentation. I think it's really, really wonderful. But there are a couple of things, and I think they go back to the foundation of the project and questions that I'm struggling with right now. I wonder if you do need to hybridize the program to assure its success. I'm wondering if you need to push actually harder in the food direction. I'm thinking about, you know, why aren't there food associations, nonprofits that deal with food deserts? I'm wondering if there could just be more food-centric things inside of the building that talk about food and all of its faces and every social spectrum, rather than, you know, than saying I need to, you know, we can't love food unless we've got, you know, beer and band and music next to us. And I think that I'm struggling with that. And but I also wonder what would this project look like if it pushed really hard on the food program idea? And what if it started to include, even in some aspects, notions of food production, so that there could be, you know, courses for you know, Angelinos to go to and understand how they may start to produce their own food and be more self-sufficient, especially as food becomes more expensive. And so for me, this idea of whether the program should be hybridized with other lore elements or could it push more deeply into food is one of my kind of anxieties I have about the project. The other thing is that I do agree with this kind of oblique experience between the floors. I think that's a really wonderful way to bring back a kind of and prioritize the architecture here. Going back to Louise's question, do we really have to stratify the floors? Do they each floor, it reminds me of like old school department store organizing, men on the third, women on the first and second. And I'm wondering if there could be a more contemporary model that is that speaks to a mixology, for lack of a better description, of program and adjacencies. I think about people like Philip Erfsprung in his Natural Histories exhibit of Herzog and de Meuron's work, where he pairs Andy Warhol to the Ricola building and the photographs of it, and says there's some synergy between there's a force field between these two things. Obviously there isn't, but there are relationships and juxtapositions that you as the architect might be able to create that are more unique and extraordinary. And I do struggle with this idea of the default stratification of program per floor. The last thing that I wanted to maybe touch on is that I would love to see the context in which this building is being placed drawn with greater articulation and understanding. Going back to Louise's question, what is that wall that this building is resting against? And I think of the project in Jackson, Wyoming called the Vertical Harvest, which actually is a vertical hydroponic farm that's placed along a very unattractive parking garage in the center of downtown Jackson. And this hydroponic farm actually produces an incredible atmosphere, but also provides food for a city or town that has a growing season of less than 3 months. And so I'm wondering, like, the motif of the facade treatment, its relationship to the existing context, and how there is a greater reciprocity between what you propose and what's surrounding you. And it would be the kind of, I would say that, replacing that conversation that we had with the two previous projects about their relationship to the river. I just want to know more about those buildings around you. How does your project relate to them? Is there any kind of interaction between them, formally or otherwise? That would be, because I think the kind of muted boxes are doing the project somewhat of a disservice right now.
Yeah, I would actually agree with many of the things that Victor mentioned, and I would actually like to say a few additional comments to that. The idea of the food, I think, also does need to be expanded a little more, as opposed to just touched on lightly as a program. For me, it's a matter also of thinking very carefully about the food source. Victor's talking about it potentially at the site, but even if it's external, how and where is it being delivered, and where is it coming from, as well as food waste, right? Where it is going to. And so when you start to think about the bigger cycle of these things, it'll inform, I think, your building and your project a little more, right? Does it actually incorporate food, not only what you're saying, the semi-permanent, temporary, but to the extent of, to homeless or to people in the area and other means. The other thing is I also am a little baffled at the simplicity of this, the stratification of the floors and just the simple separation in the floors itself. I think you may want to consider other typologies for how to put this together instead of separating them as such. You could even use the typology of maybe a parking garage where you actually have a ramp system and everything is just kind of continuous and there's no separation between that. And when you start thinking in those terms, you realize you're not going to necessarily put a certain kind of program on one floor and another type on another floor. You have to really start to think that maybe on the ramp system is where your temporary vendors start to occur, and on the flat portion, there's more semi-permanent or permanent type of restaurants. And as you go through that, really think carefully, how can you bring people up and mix them through and promote the commerce in this area? I think also bringing a higher density to it would be much more cost effective, thinking about how it worked. And when you've been to a lot of these markets too, you see how crowded they are. And on one level, you may complain about it being crowded when there's a lot of people, but when there's no people there, you know what I mean, you almost need it to be that dense to feel like a place that you would want to go to, because when it's sparse, you know what I mean, it's really hard to enter a space when you're the first person when it opens up into some very large space. So there's a whole dynamic to restaurant noise, density, and environment that people are trying to promote purposely. That's actually very high density. And then finally, on the screen on the outside, I think is a smart way of passively, you know, controlling the heat too. And also, I like very much the artwork that you're putting in there. I think that's brilliant and really quite beautiful. But maybe that screen too can be more dynamic. Not only did Victor suggest that it could be an environment for vertical farming, but I think even as a dynamic element within your city. So if you look at simple and relatively inexpensive projects like Brooke Scarpa's, here I'll put it in the chat, transit center in Seattle, is a very simple tactic by using the similar striations that you have and actually pulling it a little further away from your building so that you can get more out of it than just reframing the box itself. So when you think about these things, in your case, Melina, I think you have a really nice sensibility. You just want to think more to everything. You really can do more with all the elements that you're proposing. It's just a little timid in the program, in the technical elements and all these different things. And clearly, like Victor says, you are very adept at drawing and putting all these drawings and the presentation together. That's not the issue. You just want to be more ambitious and aggressive about some of your ideas.
We have to leave it there. Thank you, Melina. Excellent work.
Thank you so
work.
much.
Congratulations. Our jury, thank you so much for being here. You will be joined momentarily by Michael. Yes? Is that what I said before?
That's what I heard.
Yes. All right. Thank you so much. David has left us for a moment. Eric, Doris, Victor, Luis, thanks you guys for your time.
Thanks, Wendy.
You will be seeing very different buildings next from Michael's section. So thank you so much for your insights and thoughts and for sending our seniors on their way into professional life.
So we just sit here
Thank
and
you.
wait for the next group?
You guys just stay. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Excellent.
All right. Bye-bye. And my section, we're going to room four, I think. Yep. See you guys in room 4.
Perfect time for a break.
Oh, so I see it's a changeover of people. Hi, Luis. I don't think we actually met.
No. Hi, Doris.
Yeah, but it's nice to meet you. Are you actually here
Likewise.
in Los Angeles or?
Yeah, yes. I'm here right now. I'm at home, obviously, in my daughter's room, but we have an office in downtown.
And do you also
teach at
teach
Cal
at Cal Poly?
I'm teaching in the 3rd year course studio. Yes.
Remotely, though, I assume, right?
Remotely, yes. Getting very well acquainted with Zoom.
Unfortunately.
You're at USC?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We just had graduation today, our virtual graduation. That's why we're a little late. But yeah,
That's great.
a little weary from the Zoom thing. Looking forward to the fall, though, being in person. I assume you guys are also in person.
In the fall, we're doing 25% in person is the best we have now. Are you guys going full blown in person come fall?
Well, that's what we believe, but it hasn't been planned out really quite yet. I don't know.
Yeah, we're sort of in the same boat. There's some people that are going back full time, some people that aren't, and kind of all the students are taking other classes as well. And it kind of depends on what the rest of the college does.
Yeah, what they're telling students at USC is that it's going to be full-time in person, and that, you know what I mean, you have to have very extenuating circumstances not to be there in person. It's not, you know what I mean, a choice.
That'll be interesting. And everyone's going to be in studio, close quarters again. That'll be, yeah. I think that's the big hang up on at Cal Poly's side. And we're also we're a little tight for space now, so there's going to be shared desks and everything. So
yeah, so that's going to probably determine is the distancing or the requirement for distancing in the fall. But I don't know. We got to wait and see.
Right. It's been a year full of learning experiences for everybody. It's just difficult to do architecture this way.
Definitely.
Eric, you're also at USC. Nice to meet you, by the way.
I am. Nice to meet you, Luis. Yeah. Yes. Just finished. So.
Where are you, Eric?
I am hashtag WFW, otherwise known as working from work.
Oh, is that your office there?
Yes.
Oh, I never seen your office.
Yeah.
Wow, you have a great view.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we're in a Tony Lumsden building. So Wilshire Boulevard behind me with the decaying mural on the
I know where you are now.
project.
I get it. I see it.
Thought that looked familiar.
April
Greiman's, yeah. It's sadly
I know it's fading a lot, isn't it?
Yeah.
What actually is going to happen, who knows? Yeah. And there's quite a number of cars there on Wilshire.
Oh yeah, we're open. Hour. We're open. Things are open. So
yeah. Well, you're in a great location. You can order any kind of Korean food you want from your location.
Yeah.
That's the best part right there, yeah.
It is true, but it is significantly different than when we left a year ago. There have been a lot of places that didn't make it. So it's a little spotty actually right now. So a lot of bringing of lunch, but we're not at the good end of Koreatown. We're at the kind of crappy end of Koreatown. So.
Well, it's not that far.
Yeah.
You're close enough to Hamji Park. So.
Yeah, Hamji Park. Yeah. Which is right near you, right? You're not that far from there.
No, we're not far from it. I mean, but by LA standards, yeah.
Yeah. Luis knows the good places. I don't know. I think they only stayed open for takeout. They must be open now.
I try to get takeout from there at least once a month just because it's delicious, but also to sort of help support. Last I went there, they had a few tables set up. So just very slowly getting back to
the barbecue ribs. That's really good.
Oh, that's where it's at. Yeah.
And the pork shoulder stew.
I could wax poetic for quite a while. About Hamji Park.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, well, I just went to New York last week and it was exactly the way I like it, which is empty everywhere.
Empty.
All the museums are open and you just need reservations. And it's, only maximum 25% capacity and they can't even get to 25%. I mean, basically you don't need a reservation. You can walk into any museum and it's great because there's hardly anyone in there. And it's like, it's like, you go to MoMA and it's like, it's like you've never seen it before.
Yeah. Hav and I are going next week. So we're totally looking forward to,
totally worth it. Totally
having the Sistine Chapel to ourselves.
Yeah.
Very, very jealous.
I mean, it was so empty that my husband and I decided to even go to the Met, which I haven't been in so long. And it was actually quite nice. I have to say, if you do go to a Met, there's there are special exhibits there you do need to get to quickly, just because you can't go in very much.
Yeah.
But
did you go up to see the Frick at the Whitney, by any chance?
No, the Whitney is the one I just didn't.
It's just so far away, but I was really interested to seeing how kinky that would be to have the Frick collection in that building.
There were some nice exhibits though. The DIA actually has a really nice exhibit. I can tell you.
We get that's on our list too. Head down there.
Yeah, the DIA, the Fotografiska is also surprisingly nice exhibits there. Not surprising, but you know, it's kind of quiet and you can get around, and there's nothing to do besides that because there's really no nightlife or anything. So you almost hit like you could probably do 3 museums a day even, because you can get in and out so quickly.
Yeah, that must be surreal. It's just
and like you can get reservations at almost any restaurant. So
Yep.
yeah, choose your restaurants. Make
Got some today.
Doris, sorry, I have to step away. Are we done with the reviews?
Oh no, we stay here. Is that what you're asking?
It's just a break right now, or what?
It's just a break. I guess we're waiting.
We're waiting for the
question. I think we're waiting for the other group
switch to the other room, I guess.
No, we're all here.
They
Yeah.
told us to stay here and wait.
Oh,
We were
okay.
told to sit here and wait. That's why we're just chatting.
Oh, got it. Sorry, it's just like I have to step away for like 15 minutes for
Yeah.
office fire, and then just came back.
But I feel like I've met you before, David. I just can't remember where.
I taught at Cal Poly a few years ago. Were you teaching at Cal Poly?
No, I've been at USC for.
Oh, then USC too.
Yeah, maybe that somewhere. I just feel like I know. I feel like I've met you somewhere.
Yeah. USC. I have done two studies in landscape, and Cal Poly Pomona was on architecture. So.
And are you in Los Angeles right now?
I am. Yes. Yeah. Lived in New York for many years, but then moved to LA 5 years ago.
And love it, right?
Yeah. I can't complain. I'm originally from South America. I grew up in and lived in Venezuela, in Caracas. So never realized how important the weather and the nature is in my life.
Yeah. Do you have family down there right now?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
It seems like a very difficult place to be right now.
Horrible.
Yeah.
Very difficult.
Yeah. It's frightening.
20 years of torturing, destroying a country. It takes a lot to destroy a country, to bring it down to the ground, and it's just like being downhill.
Well,
the last 20 years.
I thought that it would take a lot, but then we recently had a president that seemed to be able to do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
In a very short amount of time, and it's lingering. So who knows? It's kind of frightening. So.
And it was the same script that, for example, Chavez used 20 years ago in our country. Same script, the same, everything was just exactly the same, And I fled Venezuela right when Chavez came to power in 1999, and came to America and became part of the American dream, and ended up staying here and marrying my wife and all that, and just seeing that, because I lived all the progression and the destruction of my country via my parents, because they were still there, and all of a sudden seeing it in being realized here in America with Trump, it was just like frightening. Frightening. It's just like, I can't believe this.
Yeah, it seems to not necessarily be over too.
No, it's not gonna be over. And that, I feel, was the biggest political error of not having indicted him or canceling him from running on the next election, because he's going to run again, and God forbid he wins again.
Yeah, we need to find a place to escape.
Getting harder to find.
Yeah, start investing somewhere else. I don't know.
New Zealand is where I hear all the billionaires are building their bunkers. So
it's great.
Maybe go there, huh?
If they would ever let us in, I don't know.
Yeah, they're living life as if COVID never happened down there.
Yeah, as if, but I don't think it's so easy to go down there.
I don't think they're letting anybody in.
Yeah, they're not letting anyone in so smartly.
Unless you're a billionaire, in which case they make an exception.
I have a bunker here.
Then you could come in.
Yeah.
Well, I guess at that point, just buy your own island. Shoot.
All the good ones are taken. right here.
Yeah, how do you shop for your own island? I don't know. I don't know. So it's 5:30. How long is this thing?
We're scheduled till 6:30.
To 6:30.
Hi, you guys.
There's Michael. Hi.
Hey, Michael, how you doing?
Hey, Michael.
Pretty good. Except I just realized that I was supposed to like take care of the introductions and stuff before. Well, we got 2 minutes, or else we're eating into their review time. But that's about all it's gonna take. So you guys have already seen like 3 projects, right? So from Wendy. So there's 2 more projects here. Then you're paroled. Maybe because these are like different students, maybe we could do quick introductions. We have Doris Sung, who is at USC, has her own very interesting sort of research practice. Super interesting. We have Louis Scale, who I'm just going by the order that I see you guys up here tiled. So we have Louis Scale, who is now teaching with us at Cal Poly and also doing his own thing. David Mastres. David, can you give a little intro of yourself?
Sure. I was just telling the group, originally from Caracas, Venezuela, came to the States 20 years ago, trained as an architect, but over the last couple of years, transitioned into landscape architect. So I work at Realm Studio, which is a 25 people firm in downtown LA that it primarily, focuses on landscape. So I kind of like do the tap dancing between the 2 disciplines in the firm and outside with clients and, consultancies and all that. So.
Nice. And we have Eric Haas, who does amazing work. Please check out his office. And do you also teach at USC?
I am.
Okay.
I am.
So I'll tell you a brief bit about these projects, and then maybe who's first? It looks like Henry's first, so maybe he can dwell a bit deeper on the site. All the projects across the board are downtown area, but these in my section are specifically South Park District. So if you don't know South Park District, it's kind of the area that borders LA Live, Convention Center, Staples Center, all that stuff. Very close proximity to the freeways. Kind of a current explosion of growth. There's almost 30 new buildings planned in the area. There's expected increase of 70,000 new residents in the area, which is pretty dramatic. So it's kind of an area that's exploding pretty quickly. And I've kind of asked them as a position to look at sort of current technological trends and developments and sort of understand or take a position of how these affect our living trends and our lifestyles and our culture. And so they kind of take a position, and then, within that, very much ensnared is the fact that we're kind of in a global pandemic, which also is another kind of major influence on like lifestyle trends, etc. So it's kind of an interesting, there's a lot of like influences on how they approach any normal project, but these are all kind of these are all kind of positioned around that question of looking at technological advance and the effects on not just architecture as buildings, but our lifestyles, our living trends, etc. So anyway, with that, I think we're doing pretty good, right on time. So Henry, maybe you guys all have let me give you the concept board link. If you don't have it, I'll just put it in the chat. All right, looks like Henry already did. Good job. So the concept board link is in there, but I think also it's good, Henry, if you just share your screen and then navigate.
Oh, I'm sharing?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's only one click away. You can do it.
Let's see. Sorry, bear with me.
Whatever. I can. Oh, okay. You got it.
Okay. So am I still moderating or do I share?
Just pan around. I don't think you need to moderate. Just
okay.
like you just take us on a drive. Okay.
Oh, perfect. All right.
Turn off this annoying transcript.
Okay, here I go. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon and welcome. My name is Henry Chu, and I am a fifth-year architecture student at Cal Poly Pomona. And this is the Solace Data Park. SDP is a new next generation AI operated data center that is humanless on the interior while offering a space for humans to populate on the exterior. No other building embodies 21st century culture more distinctly than the data center. One can argue that digital space has taken over as the new agora. However, builders of these data centers have had little interest in treating these structures as work of architecture. Most builders understood that the average data center would become obsolete in less than 10 years. Developers cared more about keeping costs low, neglecting the aesthetics and performance of these buildings. The project site is in the historical region of South Park in downtown LA. It is strategically placed in a C2 zone in between residential and industrial zones with an FAR of 13:1. The form of the building is a multiplication of a traditional data tower and a generated path that wraps and intersects the data center to create cross-fertilized green spaces that eat into this monolithic building. The project is in direct response to the corner condition and sidewalks as an extension that invites pedestrians through its undulating walkways. The building is sectioned into various zones, as we can see here. In descending order, we have a climate control zone, butterfly pavilion, R&D space, data center space, public circulation, backup battery, and heat pumps. The ground floor of the project is a clear representation of the main driver of the project, the rational versus the experiential. My design intentions were to show that sometimes this relationship is sometimes collaborative and sometimes oppositional. This level shows the dominance of a traditional and pragmatic data tower. One can see that the circulation path has little to no reaction to the building itself. In contrast, this level shows the circulation path puncture and dissolve nearly half of the data center space. As a reaction, a surprise garden space is formed. At the top of the tower is a reward. A reward is presented for the pedestrians making it to the end of the architectural promenade. A temperature-controlled arboretum/butterfly pavilion sits atop this project. The space is powered fully by heat generated by the building. The structure itself is very utilitarian. While half of the structure is left exposed to cater to the walking paths, support, and satellites. It can also be referenced to the ever-changing landscape of downtown LA, a city that's constantly building and evolving. Data centers worldwide are energy transformation devices. They draw in raw electrical power, spin a few electrons around, and spit out 98% of said energy into low-grade wasted heat. Comparatively, they are the opposite of hydroelectric dams and wind turbines. This building attempts to address the issue of Anthropocene by using passive sustainability methods mixed with new gen tech. Finally, the building attempts to tackle the wasted heat issue by, by incorporating basically heat exchange pumps to power the neighbors. By providing heat to the neighbors, I'm sorry. In this section, one can see triple height space to maximize server space, and we can also see a clear relationship between the public and the private more clearly. The circulation path allows the user to experience the city at different levels. The contrast between the two zones ultimately lead to a reward at the end of the promenade, as mentioned before. The section perspective further emphasizes the cross-fertilized relationship between the two programs in an attempt to create a new architectural language. Two of the main issues in data centers today are energy consumption and devoid of people. My design intentions attempt to address both the social and environmental. My process was to explore and illustrate a combinatory relationship between the public and the private, defining a new architectural language in a world that's constantly evolving. And this is ultimately due to the changing concepts of nature and the built environment. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
So I have a few technical questions, Henry.
Yes.
This pedestrian path, it looks like it's doubled. Is there like an up path and a down path?
Yes, there's a up path and a
Okay.
down path.
And how long is that path?
It's only about half a mile.
It's a half mile distance, and then how many like floors or you know equivalent of floors would it be going up to get to this butterfly pavilion?
They're triple height, and right now we have about 10 floors or so.
So it'd be the equivalent of like 30 floors?
Correct.
30 stories that one would be walking up in this room.
Correct. Yes.
And the audience that you're looking for this pedestrian path is who?
Just the neighboring, because we are in a commercial, right in between a commercial, industrial, and residential zone. So it would be catering to just about everyone in the area, just to promote more health.
Mm-hmm. So I guess, I mean, I'll start with that. I think, you know, I like this idea of making this what you're trying to make this vertical park on the outside of your structure, right? Where you have the human habitation, I think you're saying, on the exterior and zero on the interior. And just cutting through the space to make exterior spaces. I really do like this idea, right, of the need for this kind of data center. Unfortunately, the fact that it requires a lot of energy to run these data centers, and the idea of trying to use that heat in alternate ways. The outside of it, obviously, just being a box, typically is someplace that you're trying to occupy. But I feel like instead of making the reward at the very end, because that's presuming everybody, that destination is for everybody, that I feel like that journey up needs to be enhanced a little more or promoted, so that it's not just a pathway, that it actually has you know what I mean, it's either more episodic or the path itself is so wonderful that it, you know what I mean, just being in there would be a great experience. And so I think one of the things that you do is, you know what I mean, it looks like it's very beautiful, some of these sections that you do, but, you know, swelling and constricting in some areas, first of all, spatially would probably do that, as well as controlling a certain amount of light and view at select points would be the first things to do, in addition to reconsidering the different programs along that path. So just like in a regular park, you don't, you know what I mean, make a destination at the end of the park and everything else is just getting there. That you can actually along the way have many, many different types of activities, including playgrounds and exercising things and, you know, many, many other things that could be reconsidered for this path up and make it much more of a richer experience, so that if you never make it to the top, you know what I mean, it's still not a bad experience too, that people can be using. And then again, the presumption is maybe that program would be developed by the distance that a person actually would make. So for example, a toddler or an elderly person may not make it 30 stories up on this, you know, pathway, whereas, you know, someone who's younger or more athletic may. And so do you then start to think about the different programs relative to how gravity works in that kind of scenario? And I think by doing that, it would just make it so much richer, and you would really start to rethink the boxiness of the data center inside. So, I mean, getting back to that too, is the way that you design it, you presume that that data center is there, actually arrives first, and then you start wrapping this thing around this box. But the reality is you're the designer. You're designing them both simultaneously or designing it at the same time, right? The design of the data center is actually simultaneous with the design of the path around it. So my question with that is, why would you therefore design a boxy data center? I mean, why wouldn't these things be more interlocking or, you know, integrated as a design, so that, you know, maybe the design of the data center was more, you mean, donut shaped, and that these pathways were like, you know, I mean, squeezing, you know, I mean, the donut in between, or, you know, like the Michelin Man or something, you know, I mean, where it's more integrated as well. But I do like the combination of the two programs, and the fact that it's so weirdly modern, you know what I mean, thinking about this. And then ultimately, I think the conversation of making architecture that is humanless, and how you personally define what that architecture is, right? Is it negligible that we cannot go on the interior of this building, or is it a commentary about what architecture is, or should be? And I think that's where we rely on you as a thesis project to really propose and think about.
Thank you for that.
I completely agree with what Doris is bringing up. Right, like I wish there were some moments, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like this path is completely divorced. Even when you're going through the building, you can't physically engage with the building. There's no level within this data center at which point I can leave the path and sort of enter the building, and then or vice versa. Correct?
There's actually moments that create these spaces within the building, and you can kind of react with what's going on in these surprise gardens spaces. And I think Doris brings up a great comment, and I did miss an opportunity where I could have made these actual playgrounds. But I was more focused on just kind of developing this more modern man-made green space, where it's kind of like industrial infused green spaces. So yeah, I missed that opportunity.
Well, yes, and I completely agree that this could be a more episodic journey. There should be more to it than just getting to the butterfly pavilion at the very top, right? And then the fact that these are really enclosed sort of walkways kind of negates any idea that these are on exterior walkways for the views, or what am I supposed to be focusing? You know, what if I'm going through this dark tunnel for 30 stories and I have a butterfly pavilion? It better be a hell of a butterfly pavilion, right? Otherwise, I'm not coming back. But beyond that, I think you could have intermixed the programs a little more. I think thinking about this very futuristic use, not even futuristic, it's a current use as a data center, right? And you said it yourself, we plan for these to be obsolete in 10 years. A building this size easily takes 5 years to plan, to build. So what happens 5 years from now? You build this and guess what? We can get all the storage in a quarter the size. Now, what do we do with all that extra space? I think a project like this has to be inherently flexible. And that's a piece that I wish you would have introduced here. Okay, so what happens 10 years, 15 years? We don't need 30 stories worth of data center. We can put the same storage in 10 stories, 5 stories, right? They're building more data centers up and down the street. So all this space now we have to replan for something else. What happens then? Right? What happens, and what happens to the surrounding neighbors that were relying on the heat of this building? If say the data center owner goes bankrupt or whatever. How do we integrate this building beyond just we're putting a bunch of servers in there and the servers are in this dark room and then the public goes somewhere else? I'd love to see some commentary on technology and society, and maybe there's a museum of digital transformation. I don't know, right? Somewhere like we enter this journey. Yes, the ground floor is off limits because that's all data center, but at some points we engage. Right, then there's some sort of connection between the humanity and the technology of the building, right? The faceless data and the very personal narrative of the people visiting the space, right? How do you get people to come back? Past just like the one time, yeah, I climbed to the top of that. Maybe you should go next time you visit LA. But how do you make this sort of a dynamic space that people want to engage in and come back to and tell their friends to go to, spend a lot of time in?
Couple of comments, Henry. One that I for me it's always important is how this object sits on the city, on this sort of like fabric, and how it actually also behaves and relates to the adjacent context, the city fabric, the environment around it. How do we, potentially also adapt and respond and serve some of the ambitions of those citizens or users that will inhabit or will be looking at this building on a daily basis. So I think that there's something maybe missing that I think could have helped you maybe begin to inform how this data center really could effectively support this population. And maybe along the lines of, the makeup of the program, I was beginning to think about, like, is it really a playground, the right program to abut this data center? Or could we begin to think about the type of data that this building actually holds and the type of data access, for example, that people could effectively have in all these different, let's say, moments in the tower. So maybe there's a little bit more of a synergy and dependency on how you loop through the building in lieu of accessing data that belongs to LA, for example. So then things begin to maybe articulate or cement themselves in a much more holistic and dependent way, rather than just simply coming up with a butterfly, pavilion up at the top. I would prefer to, does this become a data center and also a visitor center, for example, where one can actually come and understand, for example, and access the data of LA, for example. Things like that I feel like might give you a little bit more of a substance to articulate these moves and make them all be a little bit more holistic. So I don't know, just food for thought. I think that the way you can frame the project is equally, an opportunity to spin it in different narratives and question yourself, whether what you have chose as a program, maybe could effectively be rethought. Aside from that, I have to also admit and commend you, because I feel like the graphic narrative on how you have walked us through the project is quite exceptional, quite elegant. Love the subtle, articulation of the line weights, the expression of the plans. The section perspective is amazing, an amazing drawing. So commend you on really, again, in this sort of like fantastic and really forward-thinking sort of project, how you can also, make a project that is architecturally quite believable and quite quite enjoyable to see as a composition.
Thank you very much, David.
I think you should have more butterflies. I think your butterflies, no, I'm serious. Well, sort of serious. I'm usually only sort of serious. No, I think you're, I mean, it's an interesting project because like, I was thinking about the relationship between these places that like humans can't go, aren't supposed to go with whatever. And then there's something, of course, really strangely kind of primal about all these other things that you're dealing with, right? You're dealing with heat and water and wind and all these kind of super kind of haptic sort of sensory things. And I was thinking about butterflies and how many of them are actually really happy with like high humidity and things like that. And, the idea that you would have this space that if the whole thing were a butterfly garden, and that was part of the charm of the project was to actually like be excluded from certain spaces that humans can't go, but the butterflies could fly within it, would be something that would actually get me to participate in your project. I totally agree. I mean, like that, you have this kind of isometrics of sort of different systems, right? The pollutant system and the passive wind system and the liquid immersion, and of course all those various systems mechanically would be integrated, and they would manifold with each other as the kind of mechanics of the project would dictate. And I think that would be a much more interesting project, if that was also the way in which, as has already been pointed out, like things moved through the project. So the humans, and in my version, a lot more butterflies.
That's an interesting thought, Eric. And now that I'm maybe thinking about what could effectively be the intersection of technology and nature, for example, and understand that this building could effectively enact and interact with different biomes or habitats as you move up or down, could again be another lens on, or creating another isometric of understanding that the ground plane where you're seeing on terra firma, this is where you can effectively, like create an environment, a natural environment where technology and nature comes together. And as you move up, you probably are going to be hitting, other type of biomes or experiences where nature effectively, has a different performance. So in the very top floor, this is where maybe your solar energy is where it gets maximized and captured, and that becomes another type of pavilion, so to speak, of almost like a hybrid between the Reichstag, sort of like space that Foster did on the up in Germany, that space of cylindrical, sort of like inverted spine where lights were funneled through this sort of like inverted kaleidoscope, so to speak. But anyway, and then equally, some sort of that fog pavilion that Dealer Scofidio did. So, you're up in the sky, and then that's maybe where you get that experience of experiencing other type of nature. So anyway, I think that's an interesting thought about what Eric was saying about maximizing the natural aspect of the building and how it interacts with sectionally.
Thank you very much. Those are very good comments. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks everyone. I think I try and refrain, but I think there's some really good comments that I mean, luckily you're done and you don't have to actually respond to them all, Henry, now, but it's always like I wish you could. But I really like the I'm not even sure who pointed out, I think Eric, about the kind of narrative of how all these different things move through this building. And I think the other thing that was pointed out is your position of the interactions. Basically, your park path wins the fight, right? And it eats into the building, but the building doesn't react at all, and I mean, it's just your position on it. But I think, like, if there was, a push and a pull, it would be a completely different project. Or if it were a push and a pull, not just between the path and the building, but between all these systems in the building, as well, so there's a little more push and pull. It is a nice project, and I think your graphics are beautiful, and congratulations. But I wish there was at least a couple liners, because it's a little bit of kind of, it's a big project, right? It's like, I get it. I see it and I get it, and it's, there it is. And I wish there were a little more of this kind of push and pull from multiple levels in it. But I think
I have one last
Yeah.
suggestion too. Sorry to interrupt you, Michael, but I'm still thinking about this heat and the emissions of the heat and how it can be potentially useful. So I wonder if the skin of the data center were actually pneumatic of some sort. And so that the heat inside it would actually, be expansive, and therefore it's that actually can structurally hold that pneumatic facade and make it bulge and potentially index that heat when you actually look at it and experience it too. So you still wonder what's going on inside this structure, as opposed to thinking it's just a structure that's hanging this thing off of it. That you wonder as you move up and around it, what is in this building and what it's about and things like that. So sorry, that's just a side note I just wanted to squeeze in.
No, it's great. Henry, you should definitely reference this. It's fascinating, like, responsive skin by Doris Sung. I like, no, it's a great point. I wish, like when I see this, I'll you need to reference it. But like, developing the skin to be kind of responsive as well would be great. And your jury is a great innovator there. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, that's a great suggestion. I did want the building to be more reactive. So the option I went with was basically, you are walking through, and when it punctures, you get these slivers of glass, on the building itself, and you can kind of see into the data center itself. And that was kind of like a visual response, but I should have thought more about maybe a more haptic response, and incorporated that into the project. And yeah, that's a great suggestion. Thank you.
Or to expand on that, I was going to comment something similar, Doris. Obviously not the pneumatic, but what if you brought, set those servers on display somehow, right? Even black box, that's how we do data centers now, right? Why hide it? You're in this very central spot in downtown. You can really bring life to this sort of faceless data that we all use every day. Like, even through simple measures, what if this is, a double skin glass facade, and you're looking up the servers and you can't literally see them from the ground level, but you see the blinking lights and all the activity that's constantly going on. It becomes sort of this monolith, this opus to our connection to data, right in the middle of downtown. And maybe, on big data days when it's really busy, you can really tell, wow, those servers are going real hot today. Must be something going on Twitter or something like that, where you're kind of visually reading our use of data through the building. Right now, there's this different connection, not just to the people that are taking that 30-story hike, but to the rest of downtown, all those new residential buildings going up around this area, right? So I wish that the building itself, the data center itself, that it went a little further, right? You kind of said, well, this is a black box, and I'm going to subtract from it, and that's it. And then I'm going to think about the rest of it. But then doing a little bit more push and pull to Michael's point. How can this black box be different? How can sort of I turn this on its head and really sort of give back to this urban context, right? Because it's not where you'd expect to build a data center. So how do we differentiate this data center from any other sort of generic black box data center out in Arizona somewhere, or Texas, or wherever they're building these things now?
And it's interesting because I think about at midterm, there was a different narrative to the project, Henry. It was a very performative building. It was all about kind of the negative effects of a data center, heat and energy, et cetera, and how these can be, positively used in the urban environment for, cooling towers, et cetera, et cetera. But then the narrative sort of changed to this one that he presented today, much more focused on kind of the societal implications, lack of green space in the urban environment, how this, humanless building is combined with a place for humans, blah, blah, blah. So it's kind of interesting how it took a shift from there in its development. Correct me if I'm wrong, Henry. That's my interpretation.
No, it definitely took a shift. I think I shifted back and forth because I felt this battle between the performalism of the building and also the romanticism of this nature park, man-made nature park. And it wasn't until the end where I kind of had a revelation where like they shouldn't be fighting each other and they should kind of like just intermingle and like create this cross-fertilized space. And that was what my project was about. It was that interstitial space of the conjoining of the Enlightenment versus the Romanticism.
And with that, we're out of time. I think you got a lot of very pointed criticism, but also it was provocative. So I appreciate that. Let's move on to Rodolfo. Are you there?
I'm here.
All right.
Thank you all for the crit.
Thank you, Henry, and congratulations.
Thank
Good
you.
job. Well done.
All done.
Okay, so this project is basically a combination of 3D printing and prefabrication methods to build.
Rodolfo?
Yeah.
Deep breath. We need to have Henry stop sharing. I hope he's still around.
No, I think I'm sharing.
Nope. Now you are. Okay.
Okay.
Good job. Okay.
Okay, so this project is a combination of 3D printing and prefabrication in order to build a greener building. And so the reason why I picked 3D printing is that it wastes a lot less material than traditional construction methods. It can take a building up to 24 hours to build, and it could be fully functioning within a week, while a traditional building can take anywhere from 4 to 9 months and cost thousands of dollars. While, like if you look like right here, we have the Icon team. This is one of the first buildings, and it costs about $10,000 for that whole building. And so the building is placed on the east side of the Fashion District, where we have the mountains up on the north, we have the downtown LA on the west, and we have the 10 freeway down on the south. And it's located between San Julian and San Pedro Street, with Olympic Boulevard actually splitting the site into two. So it's actual 2 buildings instead of just one, like we've been usually seeing. So the vicinity of the project is, there's a lot of restaurants, or there's a few restaurants, there's some malls, but most consistently there's just commercial spaces with a bus route that runs next to there. And because of that, the building ended up becoming a mixed use program with a residential, the first 3 stories on the south building, and then the second to the 6th story on the north tower. And then we have commercial spaces on the first 2 floors, with a plaza level being placed on top of both sides. And because of the building being split in half, there was this problem of letting light down into the actual middle part of the project. And because of that, the southern tower was decreased by 1 floor in order to let that light filter down into the lower levels. And so here you can actually see how Olympic Boulevard actually splits the project in half. And now we can see a little bit more about 3D printing. So like this part right here is open space to let in whoever wants to come in, walk around, especially because Olympic Boulevard, we couldn't close down the street. And here on this part of the project, we have a 3D printing site. So like all the units around here are actually built within here.
Can you zoom in a bit? Okay.
There we go. So like right here, the units would be printed, and we have this space over here. So like trucks would come in, deposit the materials over here, and then this would be moved over here. And this area would actually be open to the public. So like anyone that's in here could see the units being built. That way you can actually see how the surrounding building was created and made. And once the units here were done, they would be lifted by a permanent crane system and be slotted into their permanent locations. Here we have the 2nd story, which is a commercial space. And because of the two buildings being two very separate structures, there was a need to actually combine them both somehow in order to make one project. And with that, there was a series of bridges created on all the floors in order to let people like move around more freely. So here it'd be more for like the shoppers to be able to get from one part of the project to the next without them having to go down and back up. And then we have here the third story, which would be the start of the residential units. And here the bridges were more or less for a community space. That way the residents could not just be living within their units, but they can actually come outside into this bridges and look down onto bottom stories or look up or do what they need to do. And this is the sixth story. So this is a combination of the residential floors with the plaza level. So like here we have like a way to get the residents across into their building. So they're not just stuck on one side of the project. And these are some renderings. And so one thing about the project was that there was a need to actually have the units being placed into something, because like right now with the technology of 3D printing, they're not very structural. Like they can still hold themselves up and they can still be moved around, but they can't hold too much weight. And so we have this structural system where the units themselves would be slotted into. And once they were slotted into, I faced a problem with how we would get electricity, water, plumbing, and all that into the units. And with that, we have this where we have all the utilities actually taken out of the building and put on the surrounding part, much like the sensor Pompidou actually works. So like once the units would be slid in, they would then be connected to the rest of the utilities. And so here we have an example of what some of the studio units would look like with actual shell being built of 3D printing, and the interior would be done of prefabrication, like prefabricated walls. And the reason this was done is that like in the future, when the residents or whoever or the owners of the units like don't like how it's placed or fashion changes, whatever, they can move these walls around to fit their current needs. And this is how like a typical one bedroom would be, where we have 3 different units connected together to actually form that. And again, like the studio apartments, the studio units, this is again a shell being built, and then a shell over here with the interior walls being able to be moved. Have the 2-bedroom units, same premise as the other ones, and the 3-bedroom units. So like all of them, they're all built with a shell, and then the interior walls being able to be moved. And here it's more or less to show you how the utilities wrap around the whole building or wrap on the backside of the building, with the interior elevation more or less showing how most of the views are actually placed on interior. And this was done in order to keep the views on the inside of the building, because we don't know what's going to be put on the surrounding site. So like any buildings could be placed really high up, or it could block the views downtown LA or things like that. And so this was done so that way at least there's something to look at all times. And here you can see how some of the this section to show you how the units could like combine with each other. So like right here we have the 1-bedroom units, we have a studio unit down here, we have another 3 units, or like a 2-bedroom unit over here. And this is basically to show you how the plaza level would be experienced, how like this would be the North Tower looking down to the Southern Plaza, how like the Southern Plaza will look up to the Northern Tower. And this is just like how the space would more or less feel while you're in it. And this is the elevation on the eastern side. So to show you more or less how the bridges connect both sides of the structure, with the back side of it having the utilities. And this is a section with the same part. And here you can actually see the plaza level more interactively with like of how like you would experience it between the actual floors. And so this is a section to more or less show you in more detail how the units would be slotted within the structure itself, where you have some rollers where the units would be placed on and then rolled back into its place. And this is to show you more or less how the crane system would lift up a unit, and then that would then be slid into the spaces that were previously created. And this is a closer version of that, or a more detailed version of that. And that's it.
So I have a question, Rodolfo. The crane itself also moves?
Yes.
It moves along the building and to where the location you need to tuck this 3D printed unit in, right?
Yes. So it would go into that spot where it 3D prints things, and it would grab it from there, and then that would be moved to wherever it needs to go. And so the crane does move back and forth.
Once the building is completed and filled with the units, do they ever come out again, or is it basically completed and the crane becomes obsolete?
So the unit will have a second use. So like if there was because 3D printing, this could be done for other places. So other companies could come in and 3D print here, and you can use that crane to load that onto trucks and have that shipped over. Or it could, again, like if what happens if the units end up breaking down or something happens to them, you still have to remove them from place. And so that's the crane system would be there permanently in order to remove the units and or place new ones to where they need to go.
So the afterlife is that they'll be continuously making these units for other sites, and it
Yes.
just becomes like a mini factory for making these things. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yeah, so like that, so that's why there's a spot in order so that way people can come in and see what's actually going on and how buildings that they're surrounded with are being made.
Right, and so that's what you're showing in the middle of that kind of courtyard is the location where they're being built.
Yes, so
Okay.
let me go back up. So yeah, so
And-
right here.
Oh, that's where they're being built.
Yes.
What's that thing in the middle?
So like this part or this part?
Yeah, the first thing you pointed, that thing.
So that's would be an allocated space that's closed off to the general public, but it's got like a glass pane on the surrounding, and that's where the units would be built. So like we have the materials that would be offloaded here, but then
Right.
this would be brought over here, and this is where they would be printed.
That's where they're actually being printed.
Yes.
And then you said the first 2 floors are actually commercial space.
Yes.
And what kind of commercial activity is going on there?
So it would be a mix of restaurant spaces and shopping centers, or like shopping.
Okay. Interesting. And did you select this site for this project?
Yes,
was
I chose it last year at the beginning of the semester.
And why this site? Like, why does it seem like a good thing? And why did you split the building at the end of Olympic?
So the reason the site was split in half was when I first picked the site, it looked like a nice place. It was very wide open. There was actually nothing there. So like the buildings like on the north and the south, right now they're vacant. There's nothing going on. The site is useless. Right now it's used as parking for the surrounding sites. So I thought, might as well liven up the place. But the reason that the site is split in half was because of regulations. There's actually a street that runs through that project prior to me building this, and that could not be closed off to the public. So that had to remain open for people to move around. So it wasn't my choice. It was something I found out later on when I was designing the project.
And so that's why you have this open area down the middle, and it only needs to be pedestrian access. You don't need to put a road there.
No, because right now the road is closed off to everyone but pedestrian.
I see. Okay.
Who do you have in mind as the users or the people who might live or be excited about being in this place? Like highly educated, in the high end, sort of like a.
So the reason I picked 3D printing is because it does a lot of benefits. Like it costs a lot less to construct than typical construction does. So with that in mind, it could be a wide range of people. It could be anyone that has low income to high income, depending on who wants to come here. And at the same time, like the surrounding site is the fashion district. So there's a lot of garments. There's a lot of people that sell clothing or things to make clothing out of. And that's why I was thinking this would be like a place where people come in, like shop for makeup, shop for the fabrics to build something, or like there's not enough restaurant spaces. So I put some restaurant space so they can come in, grab lunch, because there really isn't much to do. It's just shopping centers surrounding this place.
And did you do a little bit of research on the 3D printing process or aspect as far as the materials embedded in the production, the noise? I mean, like, would this really be a place where you can effectively do something like that, run an operation of that magnitude, have a crane be moving all those things up and down, and equally be a place pleasant for people to just live?
So yes. So one of the things that's a 3D printer of this magnitude is basically that a 3D printer that you have in your kitchen or living room. Like right now, I have a resin printer in my kitchen that doesn't do too much noise. So this could be continuously being printed. because it's really the only thing that happens is a suction that comes out. Like I've seen videos of people printing this stuff, and it's relatively quiet. And there's a lot of different materials you can build off. Like right now, MX3D is a team that's printing a metal bridge. And right now they're testing to see how much weight it can take up. And then we have the Icon team that already has a set of structures that they've built and placed. And there's other companies that are doing this right now that like print it on site and then haul it off to where they need to go.
Print the frame, and then, but how does that also work? It's as far as, let's say, wet areas and dry areas, the kitchen. I mean, like, how do you then handle the tectonics of the living space per se? You know.
So let me actually show you one of the units. So a 3D printer kind of works by kind of doing this triangle kind of thing.
Uh-huh.
And within those spaces, you can put the plumbing, you can put the structure, you can put whatever is necessary, or you can put in foam for, I forgot the word for it, for insulation.
Uh-huh.
And so that's what this is basically going to be. So like here, if you have like a kitchen, like right here, you can have the plumbing come up through this wall over here and connect through it. And this is done while it's 3D printing. So on a site, you will have like 4 people at a time. And so when someone's printing, you basically just come in, put the pipe, and the 3D printer goes around it. And then once it gets high enough, you put the second part of the pipe and you keep going on and on until it's done.
So yeah, there is this other level of post-production that also needs to occur for making the unit, let's say, functional, right?
Yes, but that can occur at the same time that it's being printed.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very interesting idea, even to the point, you know, clearly, I don't know if there is any sort of like relationship with some of the, for example, homeless crisis that we have in the city, you know, like could this become almost a factory of helping, you know, mitigate or fight some of the problems that we have currently with you know, the homelessness and all of that, and so. Anyway,
can I interrupt for a second and give my opinion, because I think it's like completely different. I mean, I do not think this is affordable at all. Your facts about like $10,000, yes, but it's because, you know, there's a lot of PR surrounding trying to, you know, promote 3D printing. These will be very like expensive homes and quite high end. I think like. To think that, yes, you might have a few low income units in order to, you know, incentivize your like lot coverage or something, but this it's a very high end demographic, especially being downtown LA, right? And the other thing, I think, like, just you should not get so hung up on the 3D printing, because, you know, it's interesting now, and I think, you know, in 10 years, it's not that interesting. I think the combination of 3D printing and prefab is probably a little more interesting. That you know, what are your possibilities there? Anyway, sorry, I just like, I thought the income point was kind of off in terms of my understanding of this.
Yeah, I mean, dead on spot. I wasn't, I mean, I'm not familiar with the process, but I could imagine, you know, like the craning and all of that, it's not a cheap sort of production, you know, chain. I'm somewhat very intrigued by this sort of like intermediate space, you know, highly, you know, with the bridges and this sort of like secret habitat garden inside the building, and the way you're integrating landscape. I'm very intrigued and somewhat excited to see that. Part, I guess, of maybe some other maybe interesting opportunities is to think about, you know, allowing those bridges to maybe be a little bit more transparent. Therefore, you know, you can actually assure that light and water can actually seep through and make sure that the garden really thrives. That could be something interesting to think about, you know, like in the materiality and the effectiveness and the functionality of the spaces that you have. And equally, you know, to what extent, you know, like the crossing of the bridges could have given you opportunities to create, you know, interstitial spaces for people to, you know, come together or create other variety of programs across the whole a range of stacking boxes and so on. Not just to make the bridge always to be the same size and the same width, but allowing you to also bring some hierarchy in the articulation of this sort of like very repetitive machinery sort of like approach. Nevertheless, I want to also commend you in the fact of like the extent and the detailing and the depth of your thinking. I think is also quite exceptional, quite commendable. You know, it shows a lot of thinking and a lot of you know, hours in putting all your thesis together. So congrats on that side.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think what you propose is kind of interesting, Rodolfo, especially once Michael, questioned this area of prefab, right, and 3D printing. I was under the impression, I could be wrong too, that 3D printing, the value potential of 3D printing is that we can actually print on site, in situ, right, and do a completely different type of construction on site and bring 3D printers to the site. But what you're proposing is that you would actually 3D print these things and then transport them afterward, which I think is an interesting idea, but I think also has to be thought through a little more carefully. So for example, if it is going to be transported, we assume that it probably had to be transported on a flatbed 18-wheeler truck or and be within the scale and the size of transportation of a container, right? And so the width has to be somewhere about 8 feet wide to do that, just like any kind of prefab housing. Otherwise, I don't know how you're going to get it off-site to another location. On-site, it can potentially work in that you can load it into your shelf system almost per se and do that. So I think if you really think that through as a prefab condition, there's a whole set of other rules that have to be thought about of how you have to build it possibly in a component level as opposed to a box or an entire unit level, just like other prefab housing situations. Now, I think when thinking about that, I think it could be very interesting too of how you program your building and site here. And I asked that question of what the commercial value is of the first 2 floors. And the part that I guess you haven't necessarily incorporated, maybe you have, I just don't see it, is this factory business of making these things, these prefab units, right? And so when you do look at prefab factories, you have to have enough room to be able to be making multiple ones, at a time, because there's a storage, so you have to wait for, for efficiency. You can't just do one at a time and just wait till it leaves the factory. And so here you set it up in such a way that you can do that, right? You've made the shelf system basically that's ultimately a storage shelf system for your 3D printed units. So in some ways, it can be everything from multiple levels of fabrication and finishing by how you store them into these areas, all the way to showrooms and showcase things, the whole selling and business of these as products that might be very large, just like you go in a store and there's products there too. So I think if you think through too, it can actually alter the way you think of the program of this site. So also, if for example, the bottom levels were allocated for the factory and the business of making these things and selling them, like again, maybe a car sales location, et cetera, then the question is what happens with the ones above, right? And who really are going to live there, and how do you design it in such a way so that if it's luxury, how can you make sure that it is luxury elements that go up high? Do you weirdly turn the back away from the courtyard and actually expand on the exterior view, and so that you can try to control sound and construction noise and activity? Or is it housing for people who work there? Or how how do these all start to come together so that we start to see a more complete and fuller idea of 3D printing, prefab construction, and how the cycle of living would actually happen here?
I'll I'll just add real quick if I can, because there are a lot of great comments already made. It's a funny project because it seems completely hamstrung by its own responsibility to the practicalities of some of what you're talking about. So it feels like it's a project that wants to be like super speculative and super advanced and, a dream. And then you kind of you revert back to like, well, the 3D printing can't be structural and, oh, I've got to do this and this is how I get the insulation and so forth. And I don't know, I feel like this is a project that like, it feels like you are a dreamer. You want to dream some. So I would have thought this project could have been super interesting if you had tried to come up with a new, sort of speculated theory of how to get water to buildings, like rather than thinking of like the traditional wet cores or a kind of relationship between infrastructural space and then kind of like served space. Why not? Can you make a building like rather like as Doris was started with the crane, right? Same thing. Like why does this crane just is a crane? Why can't it turn into something else? So the idea of a building that is building itself and then unbuilding itself and then rebuilding itself is like super interesting. And as a project that is, as under Michael's, kind of direction, investigating technologies that like hopefully don't yet exist, but maybe you could dream how they exist. That seems like really fertile ground to investigate. So I guess I would just say like don't limit yourself by these practicalities. You're probably a really interesting person because you have this mix of desires in the project. So don't let those practicalities hamstring you in your dreams.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would definitely second that. I was going to say something along the same lines. It's that you're sort of proposing this new technology to build this project. But if I were to look at this and it were built, I'd have no idea this was a 3D built project. I just wonder why there's that big crane there, right? So you go really deep into understanding the mechanics behind it, and the technicalities and the limitations. You could just as easily turn that around and use that thought process. Well, what can I do? What can I push? Right? What do 3D printers do better than someone prefabbing off in a warehouse somewhere? Right? Because we build boxes really well as a construction industry. You give us a box, you could do that really well and really efficiently with a team of laborers offsite. What can a 3D printer do that they can't? Right? They can do curbs better, or they can do sort of minimal surfaces better. So I'd love to see this just be a little bit more ambitious, right? At the end of the day, I'm looking at a steel shell with prefabricated units in there, right? Which we could see either built by hand or built by more traditional robots offsite, or maybe even built on site. But what can a fluid 3D printer do on site that you can't get with anything else? What should the building say about the way it was built and about sort of the possibilities of this technology? And for all of that, for all your discussion about the 3D printing and yada, 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 we're left with a pretty traditional looking building on the site, right? So how can we change that? How can we flip that on its head? Maybe it doesn't have to be so much about these efficiencies and slotting these units into these drawers, right? What about, really huge inefficiencies in traditional construction that now become easier with 3D printing? So you can have 3, 4, 5-story lofted spaces for these great luxurious apartments, or these really dynamic elements. What if this lattice work, the structural work is actually, some future 3D printing robot can work on this lattice and can go to any module and print whatever, right? So I can design my own house and have it slip into that shelf, no problem. 3D printer is going to print it right there on site, and it can look like a duck if I want, or it can look like a cow, or it'll look like an orb or whatever that might be, right? So now you could have this shell that's got all these custom parts to it that would be exorbitantly expensive doing traditional methods, but because we have this on-site 3D printer, all of a sudden all this mix of different shapes and volumes becomes very feasible. And so I would love to see more exploration on what can this become, not what can I do with that technology to make it work with what we're seeing today, right? Well, where can we take this? What's the future of building? What's super luxury, right? You have your own custom built apartment in this building. What's more luxury than that? I'll leave it there.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I wanna visit your duck house.
It's a beautiful duck house.
No, I agree with all the jury, and it's a difficult. it's a difficult thing we do because it's a senior project, but it's also a thesis, you know, and so they're expected to, you know, make, you know, make a building for NAB, you know, and and figure out egress and figure out structure and figure out mechanical system and everything else. And yet, you know, I'm completely with the jury. I would love to see this, you know, maybe you could have this as version 1 NAB version, you know, and then you have, you know, how does this thing evolve over the future, you know, 20, 30 years, since you have all these things that's being suggested, a 3D printer on site and a scaffolding that's there, right? And so you know, this thing 30 years from now, your scaffolding may be there, but the building becomes completely unrecognizable in its evolution. So I mean, I completely agree. It would be great to see that kind of evolutionary like step here, because it's a nice project, Rodolfo, don't get me wrong, but it's kind of version 1. I mean, I think the good thing is it is provocative in making us think about what it could even be in the future with what kind of like with what tools you have there on site, you know. So kudos to that.
And that's perfect. Rodolfo should think of it as the 1.0 version that, you know, I mean, just like all these other things too, there's the 2.0 and a 2.2 and a 3. You know what I mean? It just keeps going forward, and to just keep thinking about these things. So I think it's nice that you propose these things and you put it out there, and, you know, I mean, you make a very thesis-like statement about it. I understand that you guys have to do a more comprehensive building too, which makes it very difficult. We had that problem before. And so at USC, we actually had to split it up. We actually pulled comprehensive out because it was so difficult to do thesis and comprehensive together.
Right. And you know, we had previous reviews where, you know, the jury's talking about door swings and egress stairs and things like that. So the idea now is that it's a fairly competent building. The jury's not going to be talking about his door swings, but we're going to be talking about the ideas behind his project related to like this larger narrative. And so that's kind of how it like should work out. But then the problem inherent is that the ideas get constrained by the actual, like the architecture, the building, you know. So to try and push the boundaries as much as you can within those constraints is the tricky part. Anyway, I want to thank very much our jury. I know you guys had a long afternoon. You had 3 before these. I really appreciate your time today, comments. Oh, Eric, that's a real view. I thought that was like a background. And now that you became large, you can see cars moving around.
No, it's just a GIF. It cycles. You have to watch.
Okay, good. Anyway, thank you guys. I really appreciate you coming.
Michael.
Thanks,
Michael.
Good luck.
To go on the concept board and pan around some other projects, because I know you only got to see a couple, but we appreciate it. And have a good evening. Thank you.
Yeah,
and Rodolfo, congratulations. Sorry, I forgot to say. Good job. Congratulations. Okay.
Thanks,
Yeah,
everyone.
hope to see you next year in person.
Everybody.
Congrats
Good
all.
job. Good work, everyone.
Bye, all.
Congratulations.
Thanks, Michael.
For coming.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, shall I end the live stream?